Chapter 219. You're also here in Reese. To liberate yourself? Dani dispersed her draconic aura and looked at Henry Foley strangely. No, I'm here to seek help. Henry Foley looked at her in awe, then lowered his head and said honestly, after Duke Tywin died, King Balon, who had lost his deterrence, went back on his promise to only go up north and not down south. He first attacked Lannister Port and then took down the Shield Islands. From the Monday River downstream of Hiding, to the old town at Whispering Bay, to the Redwine Straits north of Qingting Island, there were Iron Seed soldiers everywhere. For the old town, for the kingdom, I came to Reese alone to seek help from my dishonorable sister. Where did Earl Pixter go? The Qingting Island fleet under his command is the strongest of the 7 kingdoms. Barristan couldn't help but ask. The 7 kingdoms of the Westeros had a total of 5 regular naval fleets: Lannister Port's Guard Fleet, Redwine family's Qingting Island Fleet, Dragonstone Fleet led by the Royal Family, White Harbor Fleet in the north, and Taimin Island's Iron Fleet. The White Harbor Fleet was ignored because the House of Stark didn't support and didn't have the financial resources to develop a navy in the north. All along, the White Harbor Mandalay family's navy could only fight pirates and didn't have the ability to engage in large-scale naval battles. During the reign of Mad King Aerys, the Dragonstone Fleet was the strongest. After Robert usurped the throne and King's Landing fell, the huge naval fleet escorted the pregnant Queen Layla and little Viserys back to Dragonstone Island. Seeing that Robert was gradually unifying the country and the fleets of the 7 kingdoms were converging on Dragonstone Island under Stannis' command, the Long family's naval fleet already had the idea of surrendering to King's Landing. But that night, Dany Rise was born. The Stormborn wasn't just for show. The unprecedented storm completely destroyed all the fleets on both sides and sank hundreds of warships into the sea. Since then, the Dragonstone Fleet became the second-rate fleet and the Iron Islands Fleet became the leader. But Balon Greyjoy was looking for trouble and started a rebellion 5 years after Robert's ascension. At the beginning of the war, through a sneak attack, they blocked Lannister's fleet at the port and burned them all. However, with the power of 1 island against 7 nations, there was no chance of victory. In the end, the Iron Fleet was taught a lesson by the Royal Fleet led by Stannis. Stannis was the Duke of Dragonstone Island. He commanded the Royal Navy, which was the rebuilt Dragonstone Island Fleet. After Greyjoy's rebellion, 2 fleets were crippled at once. Lannisters suffered the most. Even after 10 years, they still hadn't recovered. They had enough to protect themselves, only Port Lannister, but not enough to attack. From then on, the Dragonstone Island Fleet once again took the top spot on the power rankings. Not long ago, the rebellion of the 4 kings broke out, and Tyrion burned Dragonstone Island's fleet to the ground. Over the past few decades, the 7 nations had undergone many changes, but the Qingting Island Fleet had been hiding in a corner and developing. Now, it had become the #1 navy in the world. Logically speaking, even if 10 years had passed and Taimin Island had recovered and rebuilt the Iron Fleet, they should not have been able to bully Gao Ting. After the rebellion of the 4 kings, Stannis retreated to Dragonstone Island and even hired a pirate fleet from the other side of the strait. Seeing that Blackwater Bay was sealed and King's Landing sea trade was almost cut off, the Iron Throne spent millions of gold royals to build a new royal fleet and also dragged Count Pykst from Qingting Island to help. Finally, the Qingting Island fleet was dragged into the water. Dany sighed to herself. Henry Foley continued, although the Qingting Island fleet had regained control of Blackwater Bay and King's Landing sea trade had been restored, Dragonstone Island was easy to defend and hard to attack. In order to reduce his losses, Blackwater Bay belonged to King's Landing and not Qingting Island. Count Pykst used a more time-consuming siege technique in an attempt to deplete Dragonstone Island's food reserves, but, Taimin came aggressively, Dragonstone Island was not taken down, and the Qingting Island fleet was trapped in Blackwater Bay. I had no choice but to ask for help. I'm afraid the people of Lys can't help you, right? Dany sneered. They sent their entire fleet to Volantis, a total of 200 longships. I only arrived in Lys yesterday afternoon. Henry Foley looked at his bitch sister expectantly. How many warships can Chuegu send to help me? None. Chuegu dotes on me, but he's not stupid. No one would do something that only has risks and no benefits. Linnis shook her head. The High Court has money. They can pay him. Henry Foley emphasized. High risk and low returns. It's not as good as sea trade. Linnis still shook her head. Your father, siblings, and countless relatives and friends are in Old Town. Henry Foley said angrily. Everyone in Old Town is calling me a bitch behind my back. She sneered and sighed. If it was another time, I might be able to persuade him. But now, the alliance is about to set off. I can't do anything even if I want to. After all, that's an iron fleet with 100 longships. It's useless to send 8 or 10 ships to help. Seeing Henry Foley looking at her expectantly, Dany shrugged and asked, Didn't you hear? The alliance is about to set off for the east. The target of those hundreds and thousands of warships is me. Your Majesty, you will fight back to the Westeros, right? Henry Foley asked. Targaryen, debts must be repaid. When the Megalosaurus grows up, when I defeat the Alliance, when I take down Volantis, Lys, Queers, and maybe Tyrosi and Myr, when 1,000,000 knights and 100 Megalosaurus are formed, I will try to cross the Westeros. At this moment, or even for the next 10 years, I will not take a step into the Seven Kingdoms. Dany said coldly. The two Haidar opened their mouths wide and knelt there in a daze. They looked at Dany as if she was a lunatic. As expected of the daughter of Mad King Aerys. Crazy, crazy. But isn't this madness acting up a little too quickly? Aerys had only slowly awakened the bloodline of the Mad King after being a wise ruler for more than 10 years. Gulp. Henry Foley swallowed his saliva and asked hesitantly, Your Majesty Dragon Queen, let's not talk about anything else, but where did the 100 Megalosaurus come from? Clap. Dany clapped her hands and shouted, That's a good question. Hurry up, take out the dragon eggs, Valeglia's steel weapons, witchcraft secret techniques, magical artifacts. Take them all out. Take them out for what? Linnis asked foolishly. Robbery. Robbery, robbery. The two pairs of similar blue eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The poor Haidar siblings' worldview was completely shattered at this moment. Didn't I say it before? I came to Lys for 2 reasons. Kill the prince and steal the Black Tower. Dany said matter-of-factly. But you are the queen. Henry Foley shouted in disbelief. Danica shot him a sideways glance and asked, Child, have you never participated in a martial arts tournament before? I'm not a child. I'm 2 years older than you. Henry Foley's face turned red as he shouted, Also, my idol is the fearless Barristan. I started participating in tournaments when I was 11 years old. I even defeated Sir Mark Mullendal the last time in Luminous Water City. Sorry, your idol is now a robber, and a habitual one too. Dany glanced at the White Knight who was twisting his body uncomfortably and said, Since you have participated in a tournament before, you should know that the losers will hand over their armor, sword, and warhorse. Now that you have lost, are you willing to hand over Valeglia's steel armor, weapons, and the world's steed? 7 gods above. Can you explain it this way? Valeglia's steel armor, Valeglia's steel longsword, and then, the world's steed, dragon. What the fuck? Henry Foley's mind was filled with 1,000 curses. There was only one thought left in his mind, I have to hurry home and inform my father that Hathar and the Old Town have to take sides again. Although the Dragon Queen has the blood of madness disease, her shamelessness is enough to make up for the defects brought about by her insanity. There is no other way, the shameless are always strong. After a while, Linnis recovered from the shock and shook her head, saying, No, there is nothing here. This is the Black Tower, the castle of Valeglia's great nobles. Danny emphasized. Let's not talk about the dragon egg. Anyway, I have already snatched one in Volantis. But there is no steel sword. Your Majesty, Cui Gu is not a descendant of Valeglia's great nobles. He bought this Tower of Babel from the fallen nobles, Linnes explained. What about the sword? He didn't buy a sword. I don't know. It was more than 100 years ago. Anyway, there is really no Valeglia's steel sword here. Linnes raised her hand and swore solemnly, I swear in the name of my father, I am telling the truth. Danny looked at Baristan. The old knight was now very familiar with his work and would not let go of any suspicious places in the palace. No, he shook his head and said. Danny stared at Linnes and said coldly, I can't go back empty-handed. Seeing that we are from the same hometown, I cannot kill anyone. But you have to tell me where the good stuff is and where a large number of trading princes are gathered. Dragon soul possession again, raising her voice. I will speak. Linnes collapsed on the ground. Half an hour later, the bright red dragon flames flowed like water and filled Prince Cui Ji's Tower of Babel. Thick smoke rose, and the blazing flames illuminated the sky. Not long after, half of the city was alarmed. The Mother of Dragons is here. The Mother of Dragons is here to kill. The Mother of Dragons. Sob, sob, sob. Lady Linnes cried loudly as she was surrounded by servants. Half of her brother Sir Henry Foley's body was dyed red with blood, but he still held his sword and did not fall. He said to the people around him with a cold expression, the Mother of Dragons seems to be very familiar with Rhys. She directly asked why Prince Cui Gu was not at home. She wanted to take revenge on Rhys because Rhys is a member of the Allied army. My sister was crazy in love and naturally refused to reveal the prince's position. In the end, she was almost killed by the Mother of Dragons. Fortunately, that woman did not know that I was a guest in the Black Tower. While she was not paying attention, I quietly opened the bedroom door and from behind her, I know that sneak attacking a woman is not in line with the spirit of a knight, but for my sister, I did not care. Unfortunately. Sigh, I have to say that my swordsmanship is still not as good as hers. I was lucky enough to protect my sister, but the others. Sigh, even the amiable butler de Braun. At this point, Sir Hyder's eyes turned red, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. The nobles and rich merchants from the nearby Garden of Desire were shocked and terrified. They comforted the 2 pitiful siblings while looking around for the Megalosaurus. But the sky was a murky green color, and nothing could be seen. Ah! The Hall of Bliss is on fire. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone looked over. A 30 to 40 meter tall pillar of fire rose from a palace near the city center, and the rolling waves of fire could be seen from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Not good. The princes are in the Hall of Bliss. Chapter 220. The Dragon Queen is angry. She's riding her dragon and robbing the Alliance's capital. 2 Volantis senators were burned, nearly 300 nobles were devoured by the dragon's flames, countless nobles' mansions were plundered, and the losses were uncountable. Dukes of Tarosai, please be careful. The Dragon Queen set fire to the Hall of Bliss. 12 princes and 35 nobles were slaughtered, tragic, tragic. Another 10 nobles' mansions were plundered. 8 Valeglia steel swords, 1 sea monster horn, 2 dragon horns, several family heirlooms, countless jewels and books. Princes of Mir, please be careful, and be careful. The Dragon Queen has transformed into a devil dragon, specifically devouring the nobles of the free cities. As the saying goes, without the lips, the teeth are cold. Governors of Pentos, please be careful, and please reconsider joining the alliance. The Dragon Queen is tyrannical, angering both men and gods. Bravos, the head of the 9 free city-states, please come out and uphold justice. Even if His Majesty the Sea King is unwilling to join the alliance because of the slave trade, please intercede on his behalf. Let the faceless one give the alliance a 50% discount, or even 30%, it's too expensive. On the night of the attack, the people of Lith thought that they were an exception, but early the next morning, Volantis messenger crows finally crossed 2,000 kilometers and brought them a black message. Well, it flew for 1 day and 2 nights, much slower than Dany's dragon. Now the people of Lith understood that the Dragon Queen had gone mad, and was madly taking revenge on the Alliance. So, countless messenger crows began to fly to other trading cities. In a few days, the notoriety of Mother of Dragons, Dany Lith, spread across the continent of Ursos. But this was a story for later. As a super, social butterfly, Linnes knew the situation of the nobles of Lith like the back of her hand. Who had Valeglia's swords, who had large diamonds, and strange treasures, she told Dany one by one. She even took out a map of Lith from her bedroom and marked it one by one. Dany also returned the favor. Not only did she cooperate with the siblings to put on a show, she even let go of her backer, Prince Chui Gu. At first, Henry had suggested that his sister become a Black Widow and use Dany to kill Chui Gu and his wife so that she could monopolize the Amaran family's wealth. This way, they could also send dozens of longships back to the Westeros to save the old town. But Linnes was unwilling. She said, "I wear gold and silver here, eat and drink well, and spend hundreds of thousands of gold radiance coins every year. But I don't have the ability to manage the sea trade. Even if I get half of Chui Ji's family fortune, I won't be able to squander it for more than a few years. The prince is my lover, and also my long-term meal ticket. As for going back to the old town with you to lead a hard life, don't even think about it. I've lived in heaven for a few years, and you want me to go back to hell? You might as well kill me." Humphrey blushed and stared at his sister in disbelief. For the first time, he realized that his family also had the mad blood gene. It must be the side effect of the marriage with Targaryen. His sister's madness was more terrifying than the Dragon Queen's. As an admirer of the fearless Barristan, it was normal for Knight Humphrey to have such thoughts. But Dany secretly praised Linnes for having self-awareness. But she would grow old one day. What should she do when that time comes? Look for the big bear to be the hero? It seemed, together with the 8 steel swords that Rhys had obtained, Dany had obtained a total of 20 swords during her trip to the west. It was a great harvest. Other than the weapons and the precious jewelry that Linnes had been coveting for a long time, she also found 2 horns in Rhys's body. The fake dragon's horn and the broken sea monster's horn. The dragon's horn was as big as a bull's horn and was made of Valeglia steel. It was very light and did not feel heavy when hanging it around her waist. If it was purely used as a marching horn for the army, the horn's sound would be loud and long, and it would be easy to blow it. But calling it the dragon's horn was a bit boastful. It was not made of a dragon's horn, and there was no dragon's soul sealed on it. How could she control the Megalosaurus? But the sea monster's horn was a bit interesting. It was made of a dragon's horn, but there was no dragon's soul sealed. Or rather, there might have been a dragon's soul once, but now the runes were broken and the dragon's soul had dissipated. Dany could also sense the mysterious Valeglia runes in it. As for the specific effects, it still needed to be studied. Rhys was a narrow island that was nearly 200 kilometers long. Dany found a cliff cave that was rarely visited by people and stuffed the jewelry, books, steel swords, and the fake dragon's horn into it. She put the sea monster's horn in her backpack and carried it with her for research. It was already late at night. The two wrapped themselves in blankets and leaned against Dahe to rest for the night. In the early morning of the second day, the sky was just beginning to brighten. They ate something casually and continued their journey to the west. Well, they did not go north to Tyrasai and Myr. They were able to successfully attack Volantis and Rhys all because of a surprise. They crossed the heavily guarded city walls, descended from the sky, and went straight into the weak core of the other party's mansion. No one would place a siege crossbow or ambush a large group of soldiers near the bedroom. So they succeeded time and time again. But if the other party was alerted, First, valuable items such as Valeglia's steel sword would be hidden in an inconspicuous place that no one knew about. Then, they would ambush a large number of siege crossbows. At that time, if Dany dared to ride a dragon and charge in, there was an 80% chance that she would not be able to return. Young Halberd City, the capital of Dorne, was located at the easternmost tip of a sandy peninsula and was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. At around 6:00 in the morning, they set off from Rhys. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the 2 dragons passed Young Halberd City and flew another 5 kilometers to the west. They landed in a desert on the south bank of the Green Blood River. Well, Dorne had the only large desert in the Westeros. Although the entire Dorne territory was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and there were 2 rivers that stretched thousands of miles in the territory, 80% of the land lacked water. For example, the dark green river in front of them seemed to be 4 to 5 miles wide, but the flow was extremely slow. The river was so shallow that they could see the silt at the bottom of the river. It was close to noon. The white sun shone brightly, and the yellow, scalding sand was sandwiched in the middle. It was as if one was in a steamer, steaming hot. Well, the main thing was that the clothes were not suitable. The leather armor was not breathable. They should have paired it with the mail armor. Do you feel uncomfortable? Dany tugged at the brown leather vest and asked the fully armored knight beside her. It's all right. I've been to Dorne many times and I've always worn the armor of the Kingsguard. The old knight was not only fully armored, he also had a grey wool cloak that reached the ground. The 2 of them walked along the river for more than a mile. After crossing a sand dune, they found a ferry on the wide river. 7 or 8 wooden rafts were parked by the river. More than 10 children were playing by the water. On each raft was a woman with a sunburned face. Some of them were washing turnips and carps by the rafts, while others had already started a fire to cook. It was a very strange wooden raft. A low-ceilinged house was built on the wide boat, like a matchbox in the middle of a phone. It looked very simple, but the patterns on the boat were beautifully carved. It had an attractive and unique foreign charm. They are the orphans of the Green Blood River, Barristan said in a low voice. After the defeat of the Loyner people, they were forced to leave the vast and rich plains of the Lorne River. Finally, under the leadership of Queen Nymeria, 10,000 broken ships crossed the narrow sea and integrated the last of the people into Dorne. However, there were also proud Loyner people who were unwilling to give up their ancient river traditions. Due to the developed branches of the Lorne River and its wide basin, the Loyner people were used to living on the river boats. Some of the Loyner people who fled regarded the Green Blood River as their mother river and still lived a carefree life on the river. This group of Loyner people who could not integrate into Dorne were called the Orphans of the Green Blood River. It sounded a little pitiful, but in the Dorne Hill where there was an extreme lack of water, this group of orphans lived the happiest lives. Where are the guests from? Seeing Dany and the armored knight, a bearded man in a grey robe immediately came out of the matchbox to solicit business. Don't ask me where I'm from. I'm going to Young Halberd City on the other side, the White Knight said in a skilled tone. Okay. The bearded man shouted at the children swimming in the river, which roughly meant, Gooden, Taiwa, come back for dinner. When the 2 naked boys climbed onto the raft, Dany and Barristan also entered the matchbox and sat down. The man then set up the pole and drove the raft slowly to the north bank. As for the woman washing the vegetables behind the matchbox, she only smiled at Dany when she got on the boat and continued to do her work. After half an hour, the raft finally reached the opposite bank. It was almost the same scene as before. 7 or 8 rafts were anchored side by side on the bank. The women were cooking, the men were resting in the house, and the children were playing in the river. Their lives are too lazy, Dany whispered to the old knight after paying the money and going ashore. This is their life, the customs of the river people brought over from the Norn River. Sigh. No wonder they were eliminated. It seemed that the main ethnic group of Westeros, the ancestors, the Undulls, the Loynars were all refugees eliminated in the Ursos ethnic struggle. It was not easy for the guys to keep Slavers Bay. Dany muttered in her heart. Dorne's land area was close to 500,000 square kilometers, but its population was the smallest among the 7 kingdoms. It was not even comparable to the north, which was less than half of Slavers Bay. However, young Halberd City was not desolate. Merchants from the Midsummer Islands, Myr, Taurosai, and other city-states came and went. The natives of young Halberd City had olive skin and long black flowing hair. Most of them wore scarves or straw hats to block the sun. It had to be said that the sun in Dorne was really strong. It felt like there was a magnifying glass above one's head. Dany also sold a wide-brimmed hat with gauze hanging down the edge. Young Halberd City, the sun and the halberd. The sun represented Nymeria's loiner, and the original emblem of the Martell family was the halberd. More than 1,000 years ago, when Nymeria married Mors Martell and unified the entire Dorne territory, the new Martell family began to use the halberd that pierced through the sun as their emblem. If you think about it carefully, it's vivid and meaningful. Young Halberd City was brown in color. The brown gravel streets and brick houses were not as tall and clean as Volantis, nor were they as exquisite as Lys Gardens. The style was simple and monotonous, but it was very practical. With Prince Martell's old palace as the center, it was surrounded by 3 curved walls. The streets and houses were in between the curved walls. To use a common analogy, the layout of young Halberd City's walls and streets was somewhat like an 8 trigrams array. Yes, the most simple 8 trigrams array that was copied after being extremely castrated. However, it did have the effect of confusing people. If not for the experienced Barristan leading the way, Dany would have gotten lost in the circular streets that were almost exactly the same. After more than an hour, they finally passed through the 3 curved walls and arrived at the administrative center of young Halberd City outside the old palace. Chapter 221. The old palace was very simple and crude. It was the most unadorned palace Dany had ever seen. There were 2 tall towers with a 4-meter-tall grey hall sandwiched between them. Look, the tower on the left has a slender body and a 10-meter-long gold-plated spike at the top. White Knight pointed at the tower outside the window and introduced, the spear tower represents the spear of the Martell family. The one on the right has a golden dome and a beautiful hall with stained glass walls. The sun tower represents the son of Loiner. The hall in the middle is the banquet hall, where Prince Martell formally entertains his guests. They had already entered a wooden restaurant opposite the old palace. They sat by the window on the 2nd floor and observed the old palace while drinking Dornish orange juice. The reason why the old palace was called that was because Marlon Martell had built a new palace 15 kilometers west of Sun Halberd City to marry Daenerys Targaryen. It was called the Flowing Water Garden. Oh, the Dany Liz from 130 years ago. It was unknown whether the previous generation of Targaryen was too useless or if the Dornishmen really added points to their guerrilla warfare skill to divine level. In short, the other 6 kingdoms had already submitted to the Long family. However, the Dornishmen rebelled today and tomorrow. From Aegon the Conqueror 300 years ago to St. Bailey 150 years ago, the Dornishmen had been rebelling against the Targaryens for almost 2 centuries. The Dornishmen had the least population and the most resources. However, the Long family had the Megalosaurus. Dragons were not extinct in the early days of the dynasty. However, the Dornishmen almost made the Targaryens bleed dry. Not to mention the Targaryens who died at the hands of the Dornishmen, even the Megalosaurus, Miracis, died on this land. To be honest, when Dany saw the history of Dornishmen conquering Dornishmen, her first thought was that it was another 3,000 unsullied men defending Kohler. She did not understand. While it was true that Dorne's environment was harsh, with lots of sand and complicated hills, and the Dornishmen were unruly, it was precisely because of this that there was very little land for people to live in. Everything else aside, he only needed to take down Sun Halberd City. Son Halberd's city had fallen into the hands of the Targaryens many times, seal off the route of the Green Blood River, and then send the Megalosaurus to burn the crops and fruit groves on both sides of the river. After 8 to 10 years, let's see how many Dornish people would be left. Among the 7 kingdoms, Dorne had the smallest population, less than 500,000. Most of them were still gathered at the Green Blood River. Ignoring the other places, as long as the Green Blood River was controlled, how could the Dornishmen survive? Yet, just like the 3,000 Unsullied, the Dornishmen also cheated. Or perhaps, Targaryen and the other 6 countries were collectively given the idiot buff. After fighting for nearly 200 years, they lost and could only rely on marriage to end the war. If Dany were to deal with the Dornishmen, she was confident that she could reduce the casualties to less than 1,000. 1 dragon would be enough. There was no need to care about the castle. She only needed to clear out the crops, factories, docks, and ships. It didn't matter if the Dornishmen were convinced or not. She only needed to insist on beating Dorne back to the Stone Age within 20 years. If she was given 50 years, she could even end the Dornishman civilization and make all the Dornishmen unable to even write their own names. They would completely become a group of primitive savages. Alright, I digressed. Dany wasn't the first Dany Lith of the Targaryen family. 100 years ago, the Targaryen family couldn't endure anymore and married Martell in humiliation. Both parties exchanged sisters. You marry my princess, I marry your princess. The princess who married Martell was called Dany Lith. To put it bluntly, Dany Lith was a variant of Dany C. Even Dreamwalker Dany C might not necessarily be the first generation. Who knows how many Dany ancestors the Targaryens had in Valeglia in the past 6,000 years. Do you want to meet Prince Martell? White Knight asked softly. Meet him for what? He isn't the most loyal ally of the Targaryen family, but he must have a common enemy with you. Barristan slowly spat out a name. Tywin Lannister. Tywin is dead. I don't think Prince Martell is that easily satisfied, White Knight said. You heard it on the way here. His younger brother, Oberyn, died at the hands of the Arcane Mountain. His Highness the Prince locked up the rioting sand snakes in an attempt to keep the peace. Dany spread her hands. Speaking of Oberyn Martell, one couldn't help but sigh. The fate of the spearman was truly tragic. The judicial system under the Seven Gods doctrine had a tradition that Dany felt was abnormally deceitful. It was a trial by martial arts. Any criminal, as long as he resolutely refused to admit his crime during the trial, even if there were witnesses and material evidence, he could challenge the plaintiff in a martial arts contest as the defendant. For example, Wang Wu raped Zhang San's wife. After that, the village chief led the villagers to arrest Wang Wu and tried his crimes in public. However, Wang Wu quibbled, the man who was on top of Zhang San's wife wasn't me. He just looked a little like me. If you don't believe me, let's have a trial by martial arts. The 7 gods will prove my innocence. Zhang San was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he could only challenge Wang Wu to a duel. If Zhang San won, Wang Wu would be a rapist and deserve to die. If he lost, not only would Zhang San lose his life, Wang Wu would also completely wash away the stain on him. Of course, if the village chief was completely sure that Wang Wu was a rapist, he could also reject his request for a trial by martial arts. Or, he could help Zhang San find an awesome representative to kill Wang Wu. However, looking at the history of Westeros, there were almost no nobles or members of the royal family who came forward to stop the trial by martial arts. Yes, only the great lords and the royal family had the right to stop it. They were equivalent to the village chief of Wang Wu and Zhang San's village. For example, Tyrion in the Purple Wedding was accused of regicide and kinslaying for poisoning his nephew Joffrey. He was guilty of the most heinous crimes and deserved to be cut into pieces. Queen Cersei hated this idol to the core. When all the evidence was against Tyrion, he proposed a trial by martial arts. Cersei couldn't reject him. She was the queen regent. Tyrion originally wanted to find the mercenary Bronn to represent him. After all, they were old acquaintances. Bronn stood out to represent the imps in a duel with Lyssa's Grand Knights in the Eagle Nest. However, Cersei arranged for the Magic Mountain to represent him. In theory, he was the current #1 knight in the Seven Kingdoms. Barristan was old, Arthur Dayne was dead, and talents were declining after the Knight era. Furthermore, the conditions were not low. As long as Bronn rejected Tyrion, Queen Cersei would help him marry Earl Stockworth's daughter. Oh, this was different from the plot of Game of Thrones, in Dany's memory. In the end, the person who represented the imps was the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell. He was the younger brother of Prince Dorne and the brother of Dany's sister-in-law Ilya. The Magic Mountain killed the Princess of Dorne and her child. Oberyn wanted to take revenge for his sister, nephew, and niece. He almost succeeded. However, he talked too much and even had luck-e. After all, he was a spearman. This was the same as the plot of Game of Thrones. The poisoned Magic Mountain, who was lying on the ground waiting for his death, suddenly grabbed Oberyn's leg and pulled him down. Then, he used his bare hands to crush the Dornishman's skull. Oh, with such strength, he didn't even need a pair of walnut pliers to eat walnuts. Logically speaking, with his sister, nephew, and brother dying consecutively in the hands of Lannister, the Magic Mountain was Tywin's loyal hound and represented Cersei in the duel. Prince Dowling would have rebelled if he had even a little bit of courage. After all, he was Prince Martell of Dorne. How hard was Martell's bone when he was in the House of the Dragon? He couldn't crush an army of 100,000 and the wrath of the true dragon couldn't melt him. He was a fierce man and a fierce woman. However, when it came to Prince Dowling's generation, he shrank back like a tortoise. Thus, Dany didn't even need to ask around. At this moment, everyone in the streets of young Halberd City was talking about the cowardly actions of their prince. Oberyn was very popular in Dorne. When the news of his death spread, the entire young Halberd City was in an uproar. They didn't even need to mobilize a large army. During that period of time, Oberyn's illegitimate daughters were also very active. Every day, they would post nonsense about taking revenge for their father on the streets. Yes, Dorne's illegitimate son's surname was Sand, and Oberyn had the bandit title of Red Viper. Thus, his many illegitimate daughters were collectively known as Sand Vipers. Oberyn had at least 8 Sand Vipers, but he didn't have a single son. It was very strange. However, after a few days of the Sand Viper's ruckus, Prince Dowling suddenly took action and locked up his nieces who were causing trouble. The entire young Halberd City instantly fell silent. Silence was impossible. There were more and more people who whispered behind his back that the prince's spine is as useless as his legs. It was to the extent that Dany only walked around young Halberd City once before she heard 7 or 8 people talking about this matter. To be honest, she was a little disappointed and also a little shocked. The reason why she stopped in Dorne was because Dany remembered very clearly that according to the plot in Game of Power, the Sand Vipers had already successfully rebelled. They had poisoned Cersei's daughter, Princess Myrcella, and stabbed the cowardly and easily bullied Prince Dowling to death. They were preparing to launch an attack on the Iron Throne. Only such a big event was worthy of her staying in young Halberd City for a while. It wasn't the first time that the plot had deviated. Although she was disappointed, she could still accept it. However, through this incident, Dany discovered one thing: the coward Dowling's control over young Halberd City and Dorne was far beyond her expectations. Even if countless people secretly expressed their dissatisfaction with Prince Dowling's pacification, young Halberd City's politics were stable, the economy was prosperous, and the people lived and worked in peace. There wasn't even any undercurrent, let alone a major upheaval. Dany could see that Prince Dowling might not have the courage to forge ahead, but he wasn't cowardly. He had made a safer choice for the people and Dorne. No matter how good the people of Dorne were at guerrilla warfare, their strength was limited. They had more than enough defense, but they were lacking in offense. Leaving the familiar environment of Dorne, they were no different from soldiers in other places. If they couldn't even get past the highlands and the stormlands, how could they deal with the King's Landing? Well, Dorne was very far from the King's Landing, about 2,000 kilometers away. There was a part of the river bend and part of the stormlands in between. Because of this, Dany wasn't interested in Barristan's suggestion. "Let's rest." Dany stopped talking and looked up. A red shadow flashed across her purple eyes. She was confused for a moment. She shook her head and said in a low voice, "Did you feel it? We are being watched." Barristan got up quietly and called out to the waiter standing by the corridor, "1 pepper-stewed chicken, please." With a few words and a few routine actions, he had already inadvertently scanned his surroundings. A few crows flew past the window, but there was nothing unusual. "No one is watching us. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" The old knight sat down and asked doubtfully. "This." Dany heard him and stood up to look around. She didn't even miss the street outside the window, but she didn't find anything. It was close to 2 in the afternoon, long past the meal time. Although they weren't the only 2 people in the lobby, it was very empty. There were only a few silk merchants discussing business in low voices. "Leave immediately after we finish eating." Dany frowned. Chapter 222. The sun was scorching, and the world was filled with light. The white light of the sun, the yellow light of the desert, and the hot light. Dany was wearing a veil hat and riding a horse in the desert. The veil in her ears fluttered in the wind, and she shouted in surprise, "Wow, this sand horse has great endurance." She was riding a slender gray horse with short hair. It was as fast as the wind, and its steps were light. According to the old knight, this was a sand horse that was a specialty of Dorne. It would not be tired even if it ran for 2 days straight. It might be a little difficult to run 1,000 miles in a day, but most sand horses could run 500 miles in a day without any weight. Dany did not believe it at all. If there was such an awesome war horse, all the cities in the world would come to Dorne to look for stallions. However, after running in the desert for more than an hour, she had to believe it. The sand horses' strange running style gave them great endurance in the desert. In modern society, scientists had simulated the movement of ostrich foot tendons and created an exoskeleton equipment that allowed the wearer to run at high speed and for a long time. The sand horse's leg muscles and running style had a similar effect, but they were only suitable for the desert environment. If they were to go to flat mud, the effect might not be as good. "How is it?" Barristan looked around sharply and asked, "Do you still feel like you are being watched?" "Sigh, it's vague. At first, my spiritual sense felt something strange, but it was not strong. If she had not entered the dragon's spirit state and pulled Big Black into her spirit realm immediately, Dany would have thought that she was drunk and hallucinating because of the strong after-effects of the Dorne wine. Not long after we left Sun Halberd City, the feeling of being watched disappeared. This is very strange. If the other party found out about our identity, even if they did not greet us, they would have sent someone to continue watching us. In that case, let's leave Dornhill quickly. The races, costumes, and customs here are different from the other 6 countries. The old town has a large population, so we will not be so conspicuous," the old knight said. Dany nodded and summoned the 2 dragons. She left the 2 sand horses in the desert and the 2 continued to travel west. After flying for more than 2 hours, it was close to dusk. They watched the red sun gradually bury in the desert from an altitude of 3,000 meters. The vast red light on the earth was intoxicating. Dany had never seen such an infectious sunset before, nor had she ever seen such a huge red sun. It seemed like Little White would catch up to the red ball if it was just a little faster. She was very worried. What if they hit the sun? The stunning scenery intoxicated the White Knight. He shouted, "Seeing such a sunset, I have no regrets in my life." Dany was also very excited. She opened her arms and shouted, "We still have a long time in the future. We want to see sunsets all around the world, Summer Islands, Snake's Lizard Horn, Saucerose, the Jade Sea, Barren Land. She did not stay idle during the flight. Baristan still had to hold on to the belt that extended from both sides of Big Black's neck to stabilize his body. Danny did not fall off the dragon's back even when she was lying on the dragon's back. Little White would subconsciously adjust her position to keep her balance at all times. So Danny had extra energy to do other things, such as multitasking. She could look at the scenery while studying the blood dragon dance that she got from the dead Lisbon. Ugh, that guy made up the name. When Danny held the heritage iron plate and tried to use her mental power to sense the runes, a QR code was immediately imprinted into her mind. She skillfully used her wizard power to decipher the information within. Fire manipulation, incomplete, for the disciples of the Fourth Peaks Millaris branch. It was divided into 3 major realms. Fire magician freely controlling the form of fire, flame spirit gathering the fire elemental energy in nature to form a rootless fire, fire demon king transforming other elements into fire elemental energy and even igniting all high energy elements. The fire devil king of the highest realm made Danny's heart surge. Igniting all high energy elements, what did that mean? The mental power, wizard power, and magic in the body of an extraordinaire were also high energy elements. As long as she was willing, she could burn Tam, Lisbon, and Bocheng into a torch with just a glance. Sigh, why is it incomplete? Danny was very regretful. The iron plate only recorded the runes of the first 2 realms. It was no wonder that the iron plate did not even have a basic wizard password. Fire mages could learn it regardless of their bloodline or talent in witchcraft. It was specially prepared for the disciples of the 4th Fire Peak. The process of sketching the runes was far more difficult than Danny had imagined. It was even more difficult than the coordinate spell that she had groped for from scratch. Before leaving Volantis, she had been assembling the QR code bit by bit like building a building of blocks. There were about 30,000 basic runes in the first realm. She had not used all the runes in the 108 rune tables, only having 32 types. Many of the runes were repeated, and some of the runes had only appeared once or twice. Comparing it to the Lisbon 64 rune table that the fire mage had given her, Danny realized that there were 7 runes that were repeated too infrequently. The fellow had not been able to distinguish them at all, and had instead created another 5 runes. After 2 days and 2 nights, Danny had only completed the construction of the runes of the first realm when she arrived in Dorne in the morning. While flying to the old town in the afternoon, she began to reassemble the rune incantation of the second realm. 150,000 basic runes, using 82 types of runes. Lisbon was almost half wrong. It was no wonder that he was panting and exhausted his wizard power after only burning Tyrion's beard. The second realm required even more time. Danny tried for a few hours, and realized that she would need at least 10 days to complete it. Back then, she had used 4 days to figure out Kuei-shi's coordinate spell, and only 2 days to assemble the runes of the coordinate spell in her mind. Even though there were not many coordinate spell runes, 15,000 runes and 24 types of basic runes, those runes were completely foreign to her. If not for Tam's inheritance, Danny would only know how to use them, and would not be able to recite the incantations. Yes, reciting the incantations could reduce the consumption of wizard power. Magical incantations had their own unique pronunciations. Not all 15,000 runes had to be pronounced in the same way. For example, the one-dimensional English, understand, was a long string of words, but it was impossible to pronounce the syllables of every letter. The two-dimensional rune language was more refined. Your Majesty, there's a situation. Baristan suddenly shouted, waking Danny from her meditation. There are white knights below, he said solemnly. The old knight did not need to learn witchcraft runes. He was bored and sprawled on the soft cushion, looking at the scenery below with his binoculars. Having been a white knight for 40 years, Baristan was all too familiar with the attire of the Kingsguard. In the Dorne desert, knights wearing white porcelain armor and pure white cloaks were too conspicuous. What's the situation? The 2 dragons began to slow down, circling around the clouds. Using Blackie's vision, Danny saw a group of riders galloping in the desert, heading towards the Green Blood River. There were 6 riders, both male and female, riding on sand horses. Other than the white knights wearing bright white armor and white cloaks, the rest of them were wearing curtained hats to avoid sunlight. There must be royalty below. The smallest girl in the middle is most likely Princess Thean Messiah Byra. The old knight said with certainty. The white knights only served royalty, and there was only one royalty in Dorne, Princess Messiah, who was sent to Dorne by Tyrion. Messiah? Danny frowned. What kind of plot was this? Could the white knight be Jaime Lannister? He came to Dorne with the mercenary Bronn to save his daughter. They're going to cross 7 gods above. The white knight shouted in horror. 6 riders arrived at the Green Blood River and stopped their horses. Suddenly, more than 10 armored warriors armed with crossbows emerged from a wooden raft house by the river. Almost without exchanging a few words, the white knights immediately drew their swords and charged towards the wooden raft. A tragic scene happened. At such a close distance, the crossbow arrows almost pierced the Kingsguard's horse into a sieve. The Kingsguard was also brave. He killed the enemy. 2 soldiers before he died. This, with a cold flash of the axe, the white knight's arm was cut off at the elbow, giving him no time to cry out. The axe drew a beautiful arc, and his head, which was the size of a rice cooker, splashed into the river, blood gushing out from his neck. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, and a white knight went to meet the 7 gods. I probably won't be able to meet the 7 gods, but I might be able to meet the Mad King Aerys and usurper Robert in hell. Ah! Danny exclaimed softly. The white knight's tragic death was shocking enough, but the other unforeseen event was even more shocking. Originally, the 6 riders were surrounded by the ambush. The others seemed to be planning to surrender. Only White Knight rushed forward. But, when the ambush was distracted by the berserk Imperial Guards, her companions suddenly turned hostile. They drew their swords and hacked down the defenseless Messiah, if that was really her. What? What's going on? The 2 were confused. That guy ran away, let's go ahead and stop him, the White Knight suggested. What if our identities are exposed? Danny hesitated. Kill him. Barristan said without hesitation, only an animal would hurt a little girl. Sir, please pay attention to your position, you belong to the Long family now, but the girl below is a Lannister. Although she was complaining in her heart, Danny thought about it and agreed to his suggestion. Sir, take off your gloves, she shouted. What for? I can't go down. What do you mean? The old knight was confused, but he still struggled to take off the lobster gloves on his right hand. Raise your arm, Danny shouted again. So, the old knight raised his right hand above his head with a confused expression. Huff huff. Whitey suddenly accelerated and circled around in the sky. When it arrived behind Blackie, it suddenly did a side flip, almost belly up, and flew over Barristan's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Danny, who was hanging upside down on the dragon's back, moved her lips and gently tapped the old knight's right wrist with her finger. Before she fell, Whitey's body twisted like a snake, carrying Danny and flipping her body. The entire process was as delicate as acrobatics. Ouch! Even though the old knight had been in battle for a long time and had been injured countless times in his life, he still held his wrist and cried out. What's going on? It feels like my soul was burned by fire, the old man said in confusion. Hee, centaurs are actually quite smart. The best way to deal with the shadow children is to never let them touch you. Danny smiled strangely and continued, you can go down now, you'll understand later. Chapter 223. The red sun completely disappeared into the endless sea of sand. The sky in the west was like a dark purple tapestry. The desert itself turned from gold in the day to red in the evening, then to purple after sunset. Not long after, it would turn into an indigo color. You two bastards dare to chase after me? The knight lightly swung his long sword, leaving a dark red wet mark on the sand. Not far away, two sand horses that had lost their masters ran away, neighing, leaving two grey-robed soldiers lying on the ground, their blood staining the yellow sand. After killing the last two soldiers, the knight slowed down and rode towards the southwest, away from the Green Blood River. Just as he crossed a sand dune, the knight stopped his horse and shouted at the two people below, "Who are you?" "Barristan Selmy." The White Knight did not lift his helmet, but he still reported his true identity. "Barristan the Fearless?" The knight took a few steps forward and asked in surprise, "Sir, I haven't heard from you for a few years. When did you come to Dorne?" "You." The White Knight carefully looked at the man's appearance and clothes. He had a clean-shaven chin, a huge hooked nose, dark purple eyes, and thick silver hair that fell over his shoulders was split in half by a strand of black hair in the center of his forehead. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his purple leather armor had a family emblem in the shape of a black sword. The old man looked familiar, but he did not recognize the family emblem at all. "Who are you?" "I have never seen the family emblem of the black sword," the old man said directly. "Oh, this is not the family emblem." The young man raised his right hand and slowly pulled out the huge sword on his back. He looked down at his chest and smiled. "I gave myself a nickname, Star of Darkness. This black sword symbol, my personal emblem, you see it? This is it. You want to fight with me?" The White Knight said coldly. "Let's not beat around the bush, I can feel the murderous aura on you." The hooked-nosed young man licked his lips and said with his eyes shining, "Actually, I am looking forward to it, really." Dany's mouth twitched as she said, "Don't kill him." "I understand." "Ha, old man, you're boasting shamelessly. I'm going uphill, and you're going downhill. I have a horse, and you don't. You're already over 60 years old. Even if you were 40 years younger, you would still lose today." Dark Star sneered and whipped his horse forward. That bastard actually kicked the spur of his horse and pulled it to the side, charging towards Dany who was wearing a veil hat. With a sigh, Dany looked at the young man with eyes full of pity. Sure enough, the scene where Barristan hurriedly came to the rescue that the young man expected did not appear at all. Although he did not know Dany's identity, he could tell that White Knight valued her a lot. His vision blurred, and the woman in front of him moved at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she had reached the side of the warhorse, in the opposite direction from where he had swung his sword. The young man missed his attack. Although he held back 70% of his strength, his body still swayed. With this small opening, Barristan took a step forward and grabbed the blade of the great sword with his hand. He was not worried about the iron gloves being cut. He pulled with all his strength and pulled the young man's body to the side. The young man had no choice but to let go of the sword. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his back. With a bang, he was sent flying from the saddle by the scabbard and fell on the sand. "You!" Turning over, he saw the long sword in White Knight's left hand. The long sword was still in the scabbard. His face was ashen as he muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible. Kid, you have probably been living a smooth life and have never met a pay-to-win player, right? Indeed, the iron gloves in the shape of a normal lobster would not be able to snatch the blade of an opponent of equal strength. Before snatching the opponent's weapon, the blade would have already cut through the metal plates protecting the finger. However, the old knight was wearing Valeglia's steel armor. Not to mention a surprise attack to steal the sword, even if you were to fight 10 rounds with him, you would only lose and never win. "Which family are you from?" the old knight asked. The young man was not stubborn. If he told the old knight his family background and identity as a nobleman, there was still a chance that he could pay for his life. If he did not say anything, he would probably be killed by the old knight. "Angelo Dane. I come from the Dane family of High Hidden City," he said. The old knight was surprised at first, then he looked relieved. "Fortunately, you are not Dane from Starfall City." The name of Sword of Dawn is not tarnished. These words hurt Dark Star deeply. He roared angrily, I only lost to you because of a wrong judgment. If we fought again, it would be hard to say who would win. How is that a disgrace to my family name? Baristan said coldly, you killed Princess Marcella. She was only 10 years old. She was still a child. Also, they had always treated you as a companion. You betrayed them and assassinated the person you should have protected. How did you know? Gino Dane's eyes widened. He stammered, did you join that coward Dowlang? Then he said doubtfully, that can't be right. You don't even know who I am. You can't be the pursuer sent by Aelio Hedda. I was nearby. I saw everything, the old knight explained. I admit, I really wanted to kill her. Unfortunately, I failed. Gino sighed with an unpleasant expression. He explained, from the beginning, I did not agree with supporting Marcella to become king. Dowlang was too weak and was unwilling to start a war. But as long as that little lioness was killed, the King's Landing would definitely declare war on Dorne. Only then would Dorne's shame be washed away. Who supported Marcella's ascension? Dany asked. Arain Martell. Dany knew her. She was the eldest daughter of Prince Dowlang and the heir of Prince Dorne. Why did she do that? She started a war to avenge Oberon and Ilya. Her goal was roughly the same as mine. But she was too stupid. She tried to push Marcella and her brother Tommen to fight for the throne. I'm going to laugh my head off. It seemed like this fellow was the representative of the Dornishmen's radical faction. What is the relationship between Dane of Hyrene City and Sword of Dawn? Dany looked at the old knight. The main family and the branch family, the lord and the vassals. Dane of Starfall City is the main family. I see. Just like Stark and Khal of Karhold City. Dany nodded. The Long family could also be imitated. These branches had almost never rebelled. Theon of Bela seemed to be a branch family of the Targaryen family. The first Duke of Phoenix's Rest, Theon of Theon Bela, was said to be Aegon's illegitimate brother. In the end, could it be because of the illegitimate bastard bloodline? Dark Star complained, my family's history can be traced back 10,000 years, all the way to the legendary Dawn era. Why is that relative of mine the only Dane that people remember? Obviously, he is the greatest knight of this era. Baristan said calmly. Because he has a great sword. Dark Star said indignantly. Perhaps, but more importantly, he has a great heart. No matter what the situation is, that relative of yours will never harm a child. Hee, you can tell that to Lannister. How did Prince Rhaegar's 2 children die? Gino sneered. Baristan glanced at Dany. After getting her signal, he walked forward and took out Sir Gino's belt, tied his hands, and threw him to the other side of the sand dune. Your Majesty, what do we do now? He asked. Let him go. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the Dornishmen. To be honest, if this Dane came from Starfall City, Dany might have thought of pulling him into the team for the sake of the orphan of a loyal vassal. However, this fake strength aside, his temperament was too extreme. In other words, he was too egotistical and had his own ideas. This was not the way of a vassal. The old knight nodded and walked back to throw Dark Star's great sword on the ground. Then, he left without looking back. Wait a minute. Gino shouted, but the two ignored him. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Dany, rise. This time, the two who were leaving reacted. Dany suddenly turned around. What did you say? Gino's face lit up. He quickly asked, you are the Dragon Queen, Dany Rhys Targaryen, right? Dany did not deny it. Instead, she asked curiously, how did you guess? Ah, you really are the Dragon Queen. Yes. So, the news of the slave rebellion at Slaver's Bay and the dragons in Queers are also true? This news is outdated. Dany squatted beside him and asked, how did you guess my identity? The fearless Baristan, the glorious Kingsguard, I know him too well. The hook-nosed man pursed his lips at the armored knight. Or rather, we all know him. He can lack anything in his life, but he can't live without a king to be loyal to. When that brat Joffrey took off his white robe, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were guessing which king they would see him again. Renly? Stannis? Robb Stark? There were even people who went to the Iron Islands to ask if Sir Barristan was so hungry that he offered his knees to that idiot Balon. These words were so vicious that the old knight's hand was on the hilt of his sword. What about me? Am I wrong? Dark Star glanced at Dany and asked, who are you following now? Sigh, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have seen through the old knight. Sir Barristan chose justice. He is serving justice, and I am just doing what is right. That's all. Dany said matter-of-factly. The old knight was so touched that his eyes teared up. However, her words that seemed to be defending the White Knight made Dark Star's eyes widen. Can humans really be so shameless? The hook-nosed man's mouth twitched a few times before he continued, when we couldn't find Sir Sammy in all the Westeros, we had two guesses. He was assassinated by Joffrey, or he lost his will to fight and hid in a corner waiting for death. However, I saw a living knight, an armored knight who was full of energy. He wasn't dead, he wasn't depressed, he was strong and powerful, and his martial arts were superb. That leaves only one reason the knight has a new king, a king from the Westeros. Coincidentally, I heard the legend of the Dragon Queen at the docks. I know that a Targaryen is not only alive, but also hatched a dragon and became the Queen of Astapor. At first, I didn't believe in the legend of the dragon, but after seeing the two of you. When there is only one possibility left, no matter how unbelievable it seems, it is still the truth. At the end, the young man couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Why are you so foolish? Dany sighed. What? The young man was stunned. The old knight pulled out Devour's son and said coldly, you seem smart, but you are really stupid. Hey, wait. The hook-nosed man's expression changed as he shouted, I have something to say. It's useless to say anything. Accept your fate. The old knight raised his long sword and slashed at the young man's neck. I want to be a Kingsguard, sir. He closed his eyes and used the last of his strength to shout in despair. The sharp blade stopped 3 centimeters away from his neck. A gentle breeze blew, and large pieces of silver hair fell to the sand. What are you trying to do? The old knight asked, puzzled. Although I have been mocking you and even gave myself the name, Dark Star, to show my disdain for Dawn, I've always admired you. I've always admired you and Sir Arthur Dayne since I was young. I've always wanted to be a glorious Kingsguard, a great knight like the Sword of Dawn. The so-called indifference, the so-called belittlement, is just to cover up the unfulfilled desire in my heart. I really want to be a guardian knight of the true king. Jane Dane shouted these words almost in a sobbing voice. At this moment, Dany's vision blurred. She seemed to see a long-haired delinquent kneeling on the ground and crying, Coach, I want to play basketball. Chapter 224. It was a pity that Dany was not Ainsley's coach. If I make you a Kingsguard, won't the world think that I arranged for you to assassinate Myrcella? Perhaps even Prince Dalong will suspect that I'm behind this and deliberately sow discord between Dorne and the King's Landing. Dany shook her head repeatedly. This boy is cunning. Perhaps he's lying to save his life. Although the White Knight said so, she still moved, Devour the Sun, away from Dark Star's neck. Even if there was a possibility that a person's last cry was an act, it wouldn't be a complete lie. I'm Dark Star, and I only exist in the night. The white robe may be too conspicuous for me. Your Majesty, let me join you and do something you want to do but can't. The hook-nosed man shouted. Well, although I like to hear this, I can't say it in public. If I agree, won't I automatically admit that I have something to do? Let me ask you, since you yearn for the glory of the King's Guard and aspire to become a legendary knight, why don't you go to the King's Landing? With your identity and fighting skills, I think neither Robert nor Cersei will refuse a Dane, even if he's the counterfeit Dane next door. Dany stared at Dark Star, not missing the slightest expression on his face. I admire Sir Barristan, but I'm not him. The hook-nosed man glanced at the Iron Knight and said firmly, I have my own thoughts and ideals. Robert is not a wise king, and Cersei and Lannister are a group of rebels. I'd rather be Dark Star and wander in the endless desert of Dorne than wear a dazzling white robe and serve those people. The old knight could not help but clench his sword again. He really wanted to cut someone. Don't be angry, sir. The young man sighed with a complicated expression. You're not a Dornishman. You don't understand how angry and humiliated we were when what happened to Princess Elia and her 2 children came to Dorne. In that case, no Dornishman would go to the King's Landing to flatter the usurper. There's a saying that Dorne has as many strong men as there are sand. But did you notice? Starting from Robert, Joffrey, and Tommen, they had many white knights under them, but from start to finish, none of them came from Dorne. In the past 15 years, Dorne seemed to have left the 7 kingdoms and did not participate in any of the Westeros affairs. Myrcella entered the Flowing Water Garden, and Prince Oberyn represented Dorne in the council. This could have broken the deadlock, but you have seen the result. To put it bluntly, the current royal guards. I'm ashamed to be associated with them. In the end, the hook-nosed man said disdainfully. The old knight himself also looked down on his former brother. Not only was their martial prowess weak, but their pursuit of glory was even worse. When Joffrey took off his white robe that day, not only did his brothers not admonish the king, they even laughed loudly at their own captain without the slightest sense of loyalty and honor. However, no matter what he thought, he had been a white knight for 40 years. Now that he was once again the captain of the White Knights, he could not help but snort coldly and say, just a while ago, when you shamelessly tried to assassinate the child that you were supposed to protect, only the Kingsguard stepped forward and died bravely in battle. Oakhart did not do it to protect the little lion. The hook-nosed man sneered and asked, Alex Oakhart was your sworn brother for 10 years. How could he not know how to protect the king? Think about it, if you had taken his place back then, would I have had the chance to assassinate Princess Myrcella? The old knight was stunned. This was what he did not understand. No matter when and where, protecting the king was the fundamental duty of a white knight. Back then, the enemy did not intend to kill him, so there was no need for a white knight to throw his life away. Also, it was because he left Myrcella's side that the Dark Star took advantage of. I saw that white knight standing in front of Princess Iraine. Dany said hesitantly. That's right. That glorious white knight was one of Iraine's lovers. Perhaps he thought that he was her one and only. Perhaps he was ashamed, or perhaps he was worried that his lover would be crippled or killed by the prince. In short, at that moment, there was no trace of his king in his heart. How is this possible? The old knight muttered in disbelief. What's impossible about it? From the moment the Kingslayer killed his king, the White Knight was no longer the pure and noble White Knight of the past. The Dark Star mocked loudly. His smile was bitter and his eyes were bleak. You, yourself, successively pledged your allegiance to Targaryen, Theon Byra, and Lannister. I did not. The old man's face turned red as he argued, I am a White Knight. I only serve the king. Suit yourself. The Dark Star chuckled and continued, Jaime first killed the king and then committed adultery with the queen. He even gave birth to 3 bastards who stole the king's kingdom. Alex Oakhart was seduced by a woman and gave up his king. The hound who took your place, Sandor Clegane, fled when the king needed him the most during the siege of Stannis. He fled. Burrows Braun was a coward. He personally handed over the king he was protecting, Tommen, to the bandits, Tyrion's men in disguise, in order to survive. The remaining few were even worse. The Kingsguard, who was known as the strongest knight of the Seven Kingdoms, was actually torn apart by the ragged commoners on the streets despite being fully armed. TSK, the substitute Kingsguard who joined in the past 2 years, was even worse. Loras Tyrell of Highcourt, everyone knows that he is a Kingsguard. I really wonder why he joined the strong Kingsguard. Do you dare to take a bath with him? That Osmond Kettleblack, a mercenary whose name I have never heard of before. I heard that his work is big enough and that Queen Cersei is very satisfied with his service, This is the current Kingsguard. I would rather kill the young than join them. The hook-nosed man said firmly. Not only was the old knight shocked, even Dany was shocked. The Kingsguard had fallen to such a state. I currently have 3 Kingsguard under me. Other than Sir Barristan, there is also Jorah Mormont, a knight who exiled himself for selling slaves, and a eunuch who was born in the Meereen arena. Other than being able to eat, he has nothing to boast about. If I were to take in someone like you who assassinated children, the quality of my Kingsguard would not be worse than Tommen. Dany chuckled as she teased. This time, it was Dark Star's turn to be stunned. Could it be that this was an era of comparing the worst? Why was it so difficult to find a wise ruler to rely on? Sigh, you have the dragon, whoever has the dragon will rule the world. You liberated Slavers Bay, you are virtuous, whoever has the virtue will win the hearts of the people. You dared to come to the Seven Kingdoms alone to investigate the enemy's situation, you are brave and smart. Now, in the Seven Kingdoms, you are the only one who has the qualifications to be a king. Dark Star's tone was a little sorrowful and aggrieved. He could only pick the best out of the best, the heavens did not give him a choice at all. How about this? Dany thought for a while and said, I will give you 2 choices. First, swear in the name of the Dane family that you will not reveal my secret, and I will let you go. Second, I will give you a few missions that will send you to your death, and after you complete them, I will consider making you the number 1 substitute. Number 1 substitute? If there is a shortage of people, I will let you join the Kingsguard as a substitute. Dark Star's expression was blank, and the word fuck was spammed in his mind. Give me a few missions that will send me to my death, and consider making me the number 1 substitute. Yes, I admit that it is wrong to assassinate children, and it is reasonable for you to look down on me. But I am a noble Dane, a noble family with 10,000 years of history, a relative of the Sword of Dawn, you can't humiliate me like this. But when he was still hesitating, Barristan immediately advised, Your Majesty, this guy does not have the spirit of a knight, and is not qualified to be your Kingsguard, even if he is the number 1 substitute. And with just a few words, it is impossible for us to see through his character. Didn't the muscular Beevos also become the number 1 substitute for half a year? He only followed the Queen to fight wars for a month, and was immediately promoted to an official Kingsguard. Without waiting for Dark Star to refute, the old knight continued, One more thing, if you include him, 4 of the 7 Kingsguard spots will be used up. To be honest, other than me, Mormont, Beevos and this Dark Star have bad reputations, and their family backgrounds are not good as well. They will not be of much help to your great cause of reviving the kingdom. My family's messenger. The hook-nosed man almost exploded in anger. At least, he is a far cry from Starfall City's Dane. Starfall City's Dane family had a very high status, and before Nymeria brought the Loyans to Dorne, Dane had been the king of Turbulent River for thousands of years. Even though Nymeria unified Dorne and abolished all the other kings, in order to protect her rule, she had no choice but to marry the current Sword of Dawn. Yes, Sword of Dawn was not an exclusive title for Arthur Dane, and the Dane who held the Dawn Greatsword in the past was the Buddhist Sword of Dawn. As for Nymeria's marriage, it was unknown how many times she had married in her life, but in Dorne, she had married a total of 3 times. The first time she married Martell, the Martell family back then was not the first Duke of Dorne. Relying on the Loyans, advanced technology, and secret water magic that Nymeria brought, Martell began to unify Dorne. But in order to unify Dorne, war was necessary. Dorne had as many strong men as sand, and there were many ruthless kings like the Sword of Dawn. Not long after, Nymeria's first husband, Mors Martell, died on the battlefield. Then, Nymeria married Earl Yuhul of Prison Gate Castle, and took the central part of Dorne into her hands. But not long after, her second husband died in battle, and Nymeria married again. This time, she found the current Sword of Dawn, Davos Dane. Sword of Dawn, #1 in the world. This title was definitely not undeserved. No one could kill him, and Nymeria, who had a bumpy road in love, did not lose another husband. If one looked at the map of Dorne, one would know how awesome Nymeria's marriage method was. She controlled Martell in the lower reaches of the Green Blood River, Prison Gate Castle in the Sulphur River Basin, and Starfall City in the Turbulent River Basin. The three local tyrants controlled the western, central, and eastern parts of Dorne, which had a long and narrow terrain. Once she took down those three men, Dorne would be hers. Although the position of Prince of Dorne would eventually be inherited by Martell's children, Davos and Nymeria also had children. In other words, Dane of Starfall City and Martell of Young Halberd City had the same grandmother. Thus, Dane of Starfall City had a very high status, far surpassing Dane of High Hidden City. Chapter 225. Your Majesty, you should try your best to keep the position of the Kingsguard. After the long winter, when we restore the Targaryen dynasty in the Westeros, the remaining White Knights can be used to rope in the nobles, the old knight advised. What he said made sense. Look at the Mad King Aerys, the White Bull of the old Count Hightower, the son of the Guardian of the West, Jaime Lannister, Prince Dorne's uncle, Levon Martell, Oswell Heen of the Heen family in Hellenberg, and Dawn Swordsman of Starfall City. Even the lowest-ranking Barristan and Jon Darry, one was the heir of the Count of Harvest Hall, and the other was from Darry's city of Hajin. Yes, Barristan gave up the title of Count and gave his inheritance and fiancé to his cousin. The Darry family was once glorious for thousands of years. At that time, even the Tully family in Hajin was not as good as them. It was only in the recent few hundred years that they slowly declined. However, the Darry family was the most loyal royalist. As a noble in Hajin, they did not care about the Tully Duke, who was directly under their lord, and stood firmly on the side of the Targaryens. For example, Sir William, who brought the orphans of the Mad King Dany, Rhys, and Viserys to escape from the Westeros, was a Darry. Well, the White Knight Jon Darry and the royal family's martial arts instructor, William Darry, were brothers. Aerys Kingsguard was probably the most brilliant generation of the Kingsguard in history. However, such a strong Kingsguard could not bring the Mad King and his son, which showed how much of a scam they were. If Doe was placed on the Iron Throne, the Dragon family would be safe and secure. The old knight's words could be said to be the advice of an experienced strategist. However, there was a problem that he did not understand. The long winter would not be so easy to pass. I need someone who is smart and brave, loyal and not afraid of death to do something, Dany explained. What is it? I'll do it, the old knight patted his chest and volunteered. Hee, Her Majesty the Queen would not bear to send you to your death. Dark Star, who was lying on the ground, sneered. Yes, Dany nodded and looked at the hook-nosed young man. She said bluntly, it's very dangerous. I can't guarantee your safety. Dark Star fell silent and asked with a frown, tell me about it first. What is it? Something that concerns the fate of the world. Jenordaine's handsome face started to twist again. Be more specific, he said. Dany rubbed her chin and said slowly, currently, of the 9 free trade city-states, Volantis and Rhys have already been confirmed as members of the alliance. Terosai, Mill, and Kohor joined the United Nations that sealed off Slavers Bay. They even promised to seriously consider sending troops to join the alliance. Pentos, Novos, and Rolas had relatively weak military forces and were too far away from Slavers Bay. Their current attitudes were unclear. Lastly, Bravos had the strongest naval power among all the cities. They might be hostile to me, but they would never join the Slave Master Alliance. Since the enemy has joint vertical, I can also joint horizontal. But although I am the strong Qin, I still lack a few Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Although the two of them didn't understand a few words, they understood the general meaning. You want me to be your representative to negotiate with the other city-states? Dark Star grinned and looked regretful. How did you provoke so many enemies? I thought that Lannister and Tyrell were already insurmountable mountains, but compared to the 9 free trade city-states, they, sigh. He really regretted it. If he knew that she was so hated, he wouldn't have joined in the fun. He didn't care about the suffering of the slaves at all. The Dornishman thirsted for revenge and the blood of lions. He only wanted to serve a wise master and rise to a high position while taking revenge, becoming a legendary knight that everyone praised. Dany sneered and provoked him. Aren't you the Dark Star? After taking on such a title and wanting to surpass Barristan and Sword of Dawn, how can you not do something earth-shattering? Or perhaps, you only have this little bit of tolerance and vision, and you only know how to bully children and bully them? The hook-nosed young man was not enraged, nor was his face flushed with excitement. He calmly thought for a moment and said, I failed to assassinate the little lion. Prince Daolang will definitely blame me for his daughter holding the princess hostage and fighting for the throne with Tommen. In the coming days, I will be wanted by the King's Landing and Dorne. I can't even return home. I can leave the Westeros and hide for a while. Oh, you agree? Dany raised her eyebrows and asked. What should I do? Go to Braavos first and ask the Sea King why a faceless one would assassinate a liberator of slaves. Also, I had a meal at his house back then. Why didn't he talk about our old friendship? Dark Star's eyes widened and he was stunned. Gulp. He swallowed hard and shouted in disbelief, Your Majesty, just tell me, how many enemies do you have? Well, you should ask, who are my allies in this world? Dany tilted her head and said. All right, who are your allies? Your family's high hidden city. What? Dark Star was confused. Since you have joined me, the high hidden city of the Rapids will naturally be tied to my chariot. Dany said matter-of-factly. At this moment, the hook-nosed youth's face twisted like never before. I want to get off. This White Knight reserve slot should be left to other great nobles. Dane of High Hidden City is not blessed enough to enjoy it. Sigh, this child has been eating sand in Dorne. He has not seen the world. He is scared silly. Dany muttered to the White Knight beside her. Why don't you think about it? If I am so easy to deal with, why would they form an alliance? You're right. The youth came to his senses and looked at the woman in the veil hat seriously. He could not see her face, but she must be much younger than him. Her tone was relaxed and her attitude was casual. Obviously, she did not care about the World Alliance and the legendary Faceless One. This woman is not simple. How do I prove my identity to the Sea King? He asked seriously. Are you really going to accept this mission? Dany smiled. Gino Dane's lips curled into a confident smile. He said calmly, Your Majesty, you are right about something. Dorne is really small compared to the world stage, and I have never been afraid of challenges. The White Knight frowned. After a long while, she used her sword to cut open the belt on Gino's wrist. She said helplessly, Swear the oath first. Gino held his silk pants with one hand and supported himself with the other. He got up and nodded. All right, hiss, hiss, two beastly roars that made one's heart palpitate suddenly came from the lead black sky. The unfamiliar voice and the fearful atmosphere made Gino Dane's expression change instantly. Dragon. The shadows fell. The figures of the Megalosaurus could be vaguely distinguished. One was a white dragon, and the other was a black dragon. Burp, the white dragon seemed to have burped. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a fireball the size of a washbasin. It was round and spinning. It was bright red, like a small sun rising in the dark desert. This. Gino Dane was not the only one who was shocked. Even Baristan was speechless as he looked at the sun that was suspended in midair. You. Gino's pupils suddenly shrank. He actually saw another girl wearing a veil hat jump down from the white dragon's back. When he turned back, the girl who was standing beside him just now had disappeared. Or perhaps, did she really appear before him? Dark Star shuddered. He suddenly felt that everything in front of him was blurry. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. His previous understanding was being broken one after another. Everything suddenly seemed so unreal. You haven't even seen magic before? Danny took off her veil hat, revealing a head of black hair that was as black as ink. Under the bright red fireball, the girl's smooth and fair cheeks could be seen clearly. Her small and delicate facial features and heroic spirit exuded from her. She was a beautiful girl with a valiant disposition. She looked very energetic. However, Gino completely ignored the appearance of the queen opposite him. All his attention was attracted by the fireball above her head. The washbasin-sized fireball seemed to have a life of its own. With every step she took, it would float a certain distance away. When she walked to the left, it would also float to the left. It was always 2 meters above her head, no more, no less. Magic? What kind of magic is this? The old knight was shocked. It's a skill to control fire that I exchanged from the fire mage during the last transcendent gathering. It's a little trick for street acrobatics to earn money. Danny raised her right hand up high as if she was holding it up. The fireball slowly descended. The bright red light reflected on her cheeks and made her blush. In the end, the fireball floated an inch away from her palm. As the lava-like ball spun continuously, the hot air waves spread out and blew Danny's hair behind her head. This is a little trick. Gino Dane's throat was dry. He was not an ignorant country bumpkin. He had seen too many fire mages perform at Young Halberd City's pier. However, he dared to swear in the name of his ancestors that he had never seen such a powerful flame in his life. This was power. The Dark Star was a knight, not a mage. He could not sense things like magic or witchcraft. However, when he first saw the fireball, his instincts as a swordsman warned him to stay away from it. Once it explodes, he would be finished. Yes, he had a feeling that it could explode at any time. The fire mage uses normal flames. I use dragon flame. That's all. To be honest, Danny herself was very shocked that it could have such an effect. She was prepared to ride the dragon and land on the sand to personally accept Knight Gino's pledge of allegiance. However, when she realized that the sky was dark, she had an idea. Why not use the dragon flame as the source of the flame and try out the fire control technique she had just learned? No matter what, she did not expect the effect to be so good. The dragon flame that was filled with natural magic was like a lump of dough. She could easily knead it into a fireball according to her will. It was as if the flame came from her body. Danny suddenly turned her head and met Whitey's bright golden eyes. She seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The fire I spit out, Mommy, you can play with it however you want. It must have something to do with the will of the Megalosaurus itself. Alright, stop daydreaming. Hurry up, come and swear the oath. Oh, under the red light of the fireball, Gino and Dane knelt in front of Danny and solemnly swore in the name of his father, Dane ancestors, the Dane family name, and High Recluse City to swear loyalty to Danny Rise. It was an oath of a knight to his lord, not an oath of a white knight to a king. Gino had not completed his mission and could not even be considered a reserve white knight. However, Danny's performance was still very effective. Facing the Dragon Queen who not only had a dragon but also knew mysterious and powerful magic, the usually rebellious Dark Star also gave 60% of his loyalty on the spot. When Danny promised to reward him with a steel sword of Valeglia, the excited Sir Gino immediately gave another 20% of his loyalty. Chapter 226. Looking at the bright red fireball that had shrunk to the size of a cantaloupe, Danny's expression changed. It had been burning for 3 hours since nightfall. The fireball had shrunk from the size of a washbasin to the size of a cantaloupe. Perhaps it could last for another 3 hours. Now I'm starting to understand Valeglia's dragon and magic civilization, she said slowly. They were in a small campsite behind a sand dune. The three of them sat together and stared at the fireball in the middle that was radiating light and heat every second. They looked at it quietly with blurred eyes, as if they were witnessing a miracle. Can everyone in Valeglia do this? Jenordane asked curiously. Maybe only the great wizards can do it. Danny thought of one of the requirements to become a great wizard, a dragon dreamer from the 14th Fire Peak family. She had tried it before, and as expected, she could control the fire of ordinary wood, but her movements were jerky and could not last long. The fireball she made was like a squashed rubber ball, the size of a fist, and lasted for only 5 seconds. The dragon dreamers used fire witchcraft to control the dragon flame of Megalosaurus, but it was different. Through the soul connection, they seemed to be able to borrow part of the power of Megalosaurus. Without a doubt, Megalosaurus did not have an oil barrel in its stomach. It was similar to the tailed beast in Naruto, which used its own spiritual power to combine with the fire magic elements in nature to form a magic flame. This was verified by Danny herself. She opened Blackie's mouth and checked carefully. There were no holes for oil to spray. In other words, Megalosaurus converted magic into dragon flame. The dragon flame had magic power, and as the master, Megalosaurus could control this magic power. The dragon dreamers could connect with Megalosaurus souls and gain control of the dragon flame magic power. Just like what Danny had done, he could easily control the dragon fireball. On the contrary, the fire of firewood was mostly the wildfire of nature's will. In order to change their shape, they had to fight with nature's will. It was harder to control than the dragon flame, which had a higher energy level. Of course, for ordinary fire mages, nature's will was definitely easier to deal with than Megalosaurus's will. Only in the hands of the great wizard of Megalosaurus could the fire control spell be used to its full potential. Just like how I used the magic of the Megalosaurus to light up the fire and roast the meat, the people of Valeglia must have gone one step further and invented a spell to extract magic from the magma. It's incredible, Danny murmured. Baristan was worried that the queen would fall into a fanatical pursuit of witchcraft. He could not help but advise, Your Majesty, no matter how glorious Valeglia used to be, it has been destroyed, which means that their path was not right. I just feel sorry for them. Danny understood his good intentions. She smiled and sighed. This world is too peaceful. It has developed steadily for millions of years, and we haven't encountered any alien civilizations. What alien civilization? Dark Star asked curiously. Danny thought for a moment and said, in the era without large ships, Westeros and Ursos did not communicate for millions of years. It was like two independent worlds. The children of the forest are to Westeros what we are to this world. They are content with the status quo, believing that a peaceful life is as eternal as the rising and setting of the sun. Then, the ancestors who used bronze weapons came. In less than 10,000 years, the children of the forest with a history of millions of years were almost extinct. So, open your eyes and imagine that there is another world outside the known world. Its development is not weaker than the magic civilization of Valeglia. What would our ending be? This. The greatest ambition of the two natives was to become a legendary knight that was praised by others. The civilization war was as far away from them as the Milky Way. That's impossible, right? How can there be another world outside the world? Dark Star said, confused. In the end, he was still young and had a flexible mind. His ability to accept new ideas was stronger. Although he said it was impossible, he felt that the Dragon Queen's words made sense. The children of the forest might have had the same idea as you. Then, in the face of danger, they became extinct, Danny said calmly. Barristan frowned. Your Majesty, aren't you thinking too much? We are not scholars. There is no need. Scholars? Danny smiled bitterly. I don't know what's wrong with scholars. After thousands of years of development, the magic civilization has not been created. The development of science and technology is almost stagnant. Sigh, let me ask you, how long did it take for Valeglia to become the overlord of the world? Less than 1,000 years. After following Danny and collecting so many secret books of Valeglia, the old knight had roughly flipped through them and knew a lot of secrets. 1,000 years. From a nomadic people who didn't even know how to forge iron, to a super civilization that can extract the power of earth fire. This is the normal path of development. The technological civilization on Earth started from the Renaissance in the 14th century. In the 20th century, people on Earth were able to use nuclear energy. The development speed was almost the same as that of Valeglia. But what about scholars? The scholars were not even comparable to the undead association of the barbarians. At least they had their own ideas of development. Although the speed was slow, they were always moving forward. Even the witchcraft lens had been copied long ago. Therefore, Danny wanted to know more about the lower city of knowledge and see what those people were doing. Your Majesty, you are so special. Dark Star looked at Danny with a complicated expression. Oh. 90% of the kings think about hunting, banquets, and masquerades. The wise kings only think about governing the country and stabilizing the royal rule. No one thinks about the problems from the perspective of the whole world and the whole human race. Genord's dark purple eyes shone with sincerity. The conversation with Your Majesty has almost given me a new lease of life. I just don't know what solution you have. I mean to avoid being invaded by an alien civilization. There is only one way, and that is to work hard to improve the level of our civilization. Danny was in high spirits, and her tone was sonorous. I'm still young, and I have plenty of time. In 5 years, I will conquer the slave city-states of the world. Then, in 2 years, I will take back the Iron Throne. After that, in 3 years, I will establish a perfect new social system. 10 years later, I will plan 2 development paths for this world, technology and magic. For the future, you can think about it this way. Every city will be the capital of Valeglia without slavery. In the end, she added a line that was common in some novels. It will be a great era where everyone is like a dragon. Although it was common, the 2 natives were excited when they heard it for the first time. Well, it was impossible to be excited. They did not understand it at all. The future was still too far away. In the early morning, after sending Dark Star a coordinate spell, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Danny and Barristan rode on the dragon and continued westward. Genord looked for a ship to Bravos. When they passed by Starfall City in the afternoon, Danny deliberately let the dragon hover above the city for a while. She wanted to admire the glorious ruins of the Sword of Dawn. In the end, she saw an ordinary riverside mountain city. There was nothing special about it except that the tower was a little tall. However, when the White Knight saw the white stone sword tower at the edge of the cliff, she was so sad that she almost cried. Your Majesty, I confess to you that the person I love most in my life is Lady Ashera Dane, the old knight said with a complicated tone. But I am a Kingsguard. I swore that I would never marry. It is useless to confess my love to her. So, you love her so deeply, and she did not know until she died. Unrequited love. Why did she commit suicide by jumping into the river? Danny asked curiously. Ashera Dane. Other than her identity as Arthur Dane's sister, Danny knew little about her. She only heard that I'd had an affair with her and had a child named Jon Snow. That was nonsense. The old knight said gloomily, Ashera had a miscarriage. Maybe she was heartbroken by the loss of her child, or maybe it was because of the man who tarnished her reputation at Heron Castle, Stark. Yes. Some say that his illegitimate child is Ashara's child. No, her child was not saved. If the child was still alive, she would not commit suicide, the old knight said with certainty. How can you be sure that the child's father is Ide Stark? Although he had never seen him, Sir Jorah always had admiration and complaints whenever he mentioned him. He admired his integrity and complained that he was heartless. I don't think he would do something like making a noble woman pregnant before marriage, right? Dany asked curiously. In Heron Castle, I saw the two of them fall in love with my own eyes. That kind of, sigh, I can't be wrong. At this point, Dany did not have the nerve to ask any more questions. They crossed the turbulent river and left Dorne Hill. They entered River Bend, which was only about 500 kilometers away from the old town. In the evening, the two of them landed at the upper reaches of Honeywine River and walked to Rose Avenue. They bought 2 horses at a small inn and leisurely walked to the old town in the south. It had to be said that the infrastructure of the Westeros was really bad. There were official roads from King's Landing to the Seven Kingdoms. The Rose Road in River Bend, the Bone Road that passed through the Stormlands and reached the borders of Dorne, the Golden Road that led to Port Lannister in the west, the River Road that led to River Bend, and the King's Road that led to the north. However, these national roads were actually dirt roads in the countryside of the Celestial Empire. The simple texture made Dany feel like she was back in time. There was a mistake. The main road to the market in her hometown was at least scattered with gravel. However, when she went to the vegetable fields to pick cucumbers and tomatoes, she often took such dirt roads. River Bend was still relatively peaceful. Under the orange sunset, farmers were rushing to harvest the crops in the golden wheat fields. Merchant caravans passed by them from time to time. It was a very lively rural scenery. A gentle breeze blew by, bringing a sweet fruity fragrance from the apple forest. She let go of the reins and let the horses move freely. It seems that the situation of the Westeros is not as bad as we thought, Dany said to White Knight with a smile. The two of them were leisurely riding on horseback. Suddenly, a group of riders in old brown leather armor rushed from behind. They waved their whips wantonly and sang tuneless songs loudly. They happily rode to the south. The dirt on the ground immediately brought up a yellow earth dragon. Dany could not help but lower the tool hanging on the brim of her hat. However, she also noticed the lyrics of the riders. The general idea was, sharpening a sword for 10 years, testing it today, defeating all opponents and becoming the Night King. Freedom Knights. White Knight looked at the group of disheveled riders and was puzzled. They are going to participate in the martial arts tournament to make a name for themselves. The old town is going to hold a martial arts tournament. Dany suddenly understood. Most likely. I wonder which hider is hosting the tournament. The old knight said slowly. Dany laughed and said, that little hider has already run to Rhys to seek help from my sister. They still have the mood to hold a martial arts tournament. Chapter 227. It turned out that Dany's guess was wrong. The nobles of the old town did not lose their sense of purpose. Most of the time, especially during Robert's reign, the tournament had 2 purposes: 1, to provide the upper class with an opportunity to gain glory, 2, to provide entertainment for the poor commoners, so that they could temporarily forget the hardships of life in the real world. To put it bluntly, the tournament was the Western medieval version of a large-scale reality show. Music theory was still valid here. Dany understood this principle even though she had not participated in the tournament. It was all because she had learned the techniques of the tournament. Just like how her etiquette teacher taught her the common etiquette of various cities and races, Barristan also taught her the showy moves of the spear competition. On the real battlefield, it was useless. She, who had personally participated in many battles, was fully qualified to say this. Why did she say so? The highlight of the tournament was the spear duel. 2 fully armored knights would stab each other with long, brittle pieces of wood. They were not allowed to stab the horse, neck, face, or thigh. Points would be deducted. They were also not allowed to swing their weapons. They were only allowed to stab each other. Generally speaking, they were only allowed to attack the thickest part of the chest plate. There was also a low wooden fence between the two riders. There would not be any accidents like tripping over the horse's hooves or colliding with the horse's head, which often happened on the real battlefield. Moreover, it was a turn-based, smooth charge from the beginning to the end. There was only one chance to stab in between. It was like an elegant lady taking a stroll in the courtyard. This kind of skill was useless on the battlefield. That was not right. The spear competition required high horsemanship, strength, and eyesight. To put it simply, those who could become the champion of the tournament might not have actual combat ability, but they definitely had the talent to become a powerful knight. Therefore, other than entertaining the public, the feudal lord could also use the tournament to select warriors. If one wanted to train killing skills, the tournament was useless. However, as a sport to train the body in horsemanship, it was very qualified. Dany had always been disdainful of the spear-charging technique, but her body had honestly practiced with the old knight for a period of time. The two came to the old town and saw a large number of tents outside the city wall near the Honey River. Blue, white, gray, sky blue, red, tattered, gorgeous, as wide as a palace, as short as a large sleeping bag. The setting sun was like blood. Within the fenced area, the tents were like cobblestones by the river, densely piled up under the city. The shields of the knights were hung at the entrance of each tent, a long line of silk pennants with the family emblems, if any, fluttered in the wind, and fine steel swords and gilded spurs reflected a dim red light in the sunset. At this time, the sky was already dark. The banquet was in full swing in the camp, and the string music did not stop. Pillars of smoke, like the white birch forest in the winter wind, rose densely and twisted into the dusky sky. From afar, the singing of the singers and the sound of the harp and strings of the musicians could be heard wobbling into the distant Rose Avenue. When Dany got closer, she saw a huge manatee with a tree trunk as thick as an arm pierced through its body. The charcoal under the manatee was bright red, and the fat above the manatee was dripping with oil like a stream. The smell of pepper, laurel, and burnt apples made the passers-by swallow their saliva. Her throat moved and her stomach rumbled. Dany stared at the yellow manatee and said to the old knight without turning her head, "I also want to participate in the tournament." The old knight gently advised, "Not all riders are qualified to participate in Sir Tyrell's banquet. Even if you enter the camp now, you won't be able to eat those delicacies. Besides, even though the manatee looks fat, its meat is a little coarse and not as delicious as beef." By asking the riders by the road, Dany and the rest also understood the ins and outs of this tournament. As expected, the organizer was the family of Count Hathar, known as the heir of the Count of Laughing Bailey and Lynny's elder brother, Bel Hathar. However, outside the pure white tent with golden edges in the middle of the camp, which was as gorgeous as a palace, hung the flag of the High Court Tyrell family, a golden rose blooming on a green field. The second son of the High Court Tyrell family, Valiant Garland, had also come. They had joined forces with the Hathar family to gather free riders in the old town to deal with the increasingly rampant Taimin pirates. The tournament was like a huge magnet, attracting all the free riders of High Court, Dorne, and even the Western region and the Royal Territory. They had never thought of recruiting a group of fierce leaders from the free riders, but it was easy to find 3,000 to 5,000 elite riders. There was no such thing as a mercenary in Westeros, but there were many similar professions. As a knight civilization in the Seven Kingdoms, there were almost no foot soldiers or mercenaries. In other words, if you didn't even have a horse, employers wouldn't even consider you, and mercenaries wouldn't get any business. According to status, Westeros knights were roughly divided into 4 classes: free riders, a wild knight with a sword, a broken leather armor, and a poor horse; mercenary knights, free riders hired by the lord; productive knights, knights granted land by the lord; noble knights, nobles with titles and land. Dany and Barristan's current identities were wild knights, and there were as many of them as there were hairs on a cow in the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, there were very few female knights, and most of them had a hard time making a name for themselves. For example, Beauty, Brain and Beauty, Malice, both of them had aspired to become great female knights since young, but in the end, it was fine to be mocked, but for the strong and ugly Brain, if not for her main character, Aura, she would have been strengthened many times over. Malice didn't have the status of a count's heir, and was born in a normal mercenary knight family. She didn't meet her Jaime Lannister saved Brain, and the key was that she didn't look as safe as Brain, so she couldn't survive in the Westeros. According to the red-haired Lila, her lord led a few knights and knocked her sword away, knocked her off her horse, and then ridiculed her while taking turns with her. Left with no choice, Meryl could only cross the ocean and become a mercenary in the neighboring trading city. However, her teammates weren't anything good either. After getting drunk, they went berserk, and more than half of the mercenary group took turns with her. Like a beast, they cut off her breasts, bit off her ears, chewed off her nose, and finally left a deep cross scar on both of her cheeks. She was able to survive all because of her extraordinary willpower and unyielding spirit. Fortunately, the Ragged Prince took her in, and the reputation and atmosphere of the wind-blowing group was much better than other mercenary groups. Malice met a wise lord, and slowly revealed her talents, and became an officer of the wind-blowing group, an interrogator. Well, it was said that Malice could torture the person being interrogated for a whole month before they died. The world of ice and fire was too cruel to women. Noble girls were taken for marriage alliances, or played with by nobles of higher status. Her family was mostly happy about it. Girls from normal families were even worse. The beautiful ones were strengthened by their lords, and the ugly ones. No matter how ugly you are, can you be uglier than Beauty, Brain? Even she couldn't keep her chastity many times. As for abilities, it was fine if it was a high warrior or high magic, but strong people like Brain and Malice might be able to defeat a male warrior one-on-one, and if they were lucky, they could win one-on-two or even one-on-three, but when there were more than 5 enemies, even Arthur Dayne couldn't guarantee his life. After passing through the tournament camp and waiting in line to pass through the city gate, the old knight leaned close to Dany and whispered, "Lady, women can't participate in the tournament." The sky was dark, and there were already torches on both sides of the city gate. Because of the tournament, there were more wild knights coming from all over the world, and there were many riders and carriages waiting in line at the city gate. The tournament this time is mainly to recruit riders, and there are no restrictions on the identity of the participants. Who would know if I'm a man or a woman if I wear a helmet? Dany asked with a smile. The rules of the tournament were mostly fixed, but depending on the venue and the host's personality, some small details could be different. For example, a lord who was a devout believer of the 7 gods and held a tournament in the name of the 7 gods at his doorstep, it was very likely that only regular knights with holy oil were allowed to participate. But the tournament was a social event that everyone in the Westeros knew about, almost similar to the Asian Spring Festival. In most cases, as long as you had a horse, anyone could participate in the tournament. Even if the rules didn't allow women to participate, no one would check the competing knights' little Gigi one by one. Catching a glimpse of people looking over, Dany's expression didn't change. She pursed her lips and continued, "I know how Barristan got the title, Fearless. 50 years ago, in the tournament at Dark Harbor, Barristan, who was only 10 years old, picked up a set of armor from somewhere and participated in the tournament as a mysterious knight, and even dared to challenge Prince Duncan. In the end, he was defeated by the prince, and his helmet was lifted, causing everyone to laugh loudly at him. But Prince Fran was very fond of him. Not only did he express sympathy and appreciation, in the end, he even gave him the nickname, Fearless Barristan. The old knight was like a living history book. He even knew the first generation of men who broke off their engagement. The armor was not picked up. The old knight shook his head sadly. At that time, he was the knight squire of Sir Manfred Swan, and when they learned that he had the idea of participating in the tournament, the sons of the knight pooled their money to make a small set of armor for him. 50 years had passed. not to mention the grand knight who had served him, even his childhood friend was no longer alive. It was really sad to think about it. The old town was a bit similar to Volantis, both wrapped around the mouth of the river into the city, but the Honey River was not as wide as the Rhone River, and the water volume was much lower. There were many grey stone arch bridges on the river. There were also a few small islands in the center of the river, many of which were built with tall houses, connected to the banks by stone bridges, and there were also arched stone bridges between the neighboring islands. Ignoring the Western architectural style, Danny had the illusion that she had come to the Qinhuai River in Yangzhou, where 3- or 4-story brick buildings stretched out colorful paper lanterns on both sides of the river. Passers-by walked leisurely along the river. There were brightly lit flower boats on the river, the smell of cosmetics, the laughter of women and the sound of zither could be faintly heard. God, the base is even bigger than the old Great Pyramid of Gith, the towering tower. It really lives up to its name. In fact, outside the city, the tower could be seen stretching into the indigo night, the 240-meter-tall building. Its top floor was burning with flames, providing the most clear direction for the ships coming to and from the Whispering Bay. After getting closer, she was shocked to find that the towering tower occupied the entire island. It was as huge as a big castle, roughly more than 10,000 square meters. Of course, the towering tower is one of the 9 wonders of the world. Chapter 228. The towering tower is one of the 9 great man-made miracles. Danny turned her head and saw that the one who spoke was a young man in a gray robe who was about 18 or 19 years old. He had an ordinary face and a normal height. Only 2 things caught her attention. The young man had brown eyes that were a little cross-eyed, and there was a white mark of an open book on the chest of his gray robe. This cross-eyed man was an apprentice of the City of Knowledge. And he was the kind of apprentice who was not smart and had bad grades. From the style of his gray robe and the mark of the City of Knowledge on his chest, Danny knew that he was a scholar apprentice. But he was already so old, and he still called himself our old town. He had stayed in the old town for a long time, which meant that he had been studying in the City of Knowledge for several years. After several years, he did not have a scholar necklace on his neck. If he was not a bad student, what was he? A scholar apprentice? How many years have you been studying in the City of Knowledge? Danny asked with a smile. 5 years. Looking at Danny's smiling face, the young man blushed and unconsciously looked away. It was really miserable. After 5 years, he still could not forge a single chain from his master. A chain represented a graduation certificate of a certain subject. The scholar necklace meant that the scholars were Westeros servants. Even when they were sleeping, they would not take off their necklace. The necklace was made of links made of different metals, and each metal represented the knowledge of a certain field. Repeated metals were allowed to appear on the links, which meant that the scholar had a deep understanding of the field. For example, black iron represented raven studies, and stainless steel represented military studies. If the necklace of an enemy scholar had 2 or more stainless steel links during a war, you had to be careful. At the very least, he was a Zhao Kuo who could talk on paper. "What's your name?" Danny asked again. "Pater. Pater, I can tell you clearly that the towering tower is definitely not on par with the 9 great man-made miracles. You can read Lomas Longleg's book as a travelogue, but you can't take the ranking of the buildings in it seriously. There was no printing in this world. If a book was written by hand, the distribution range of the book was often very limited. If you randomly took a book from the bookshelf and threw it into the furnace and burned it, there was a 50% chance that it would be completely lost. However, Lomas was an exception. According to the ranking of Chidian writers, he was a top author. The fellow had been to almost every corner of the known world except Soros, and had written 2 extremely popular travelogues, 7 natural sights, and 9 man-made structures. Because he had traveled to so many places, he even got the nickname Long Legs. Among them, the 9 man-made wonders are the most famous: the Avenue of Valeglia, the Great Wall of the Impasse, the Titan of Bravos, stone sculpture, the triple wall of Kars, the 3 great bells of Novos, the long bridge of Volantis, the palace of 1,000 rooms in Shanus, the great pyramid of Gith, the old Gith now in ruins, 210 meters high, and the tower of the old town. Obviously, he was born before the destruction of the ancient Valeglia civilization. Otherwise, he would not have listed the 9 wonders. Danny, who has traveled to Valeglia through the tributary of time, can responsibly say that except for the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Valeglia Avenue, and the old Great Pyramid of Gith, the others are just to make up the numbers. "Miss, have you been to those places?" Pater asked enviously. Danny nodded and said, "I have been to some places. The relief on the surface of the triple wall of Kars has some artistic value, but it is not very exquisite. The long bridge of Volantis and the tower of the sky here are not as difficult as the avenue of Valeglia in terms of engineering and technical difficulty. In fact, you will understand if you think about it carefully. The people of Valeglia can build a long bridge, can build a avenue, can build a triple wall, and can build 3 bells. How magnificent is the place they live in." This. Pater seemed to have never thought about this question before. He was stunned and said, "That's right, most of the 9 wonders are related to Valeglia, but they are only considered the outer buildings of Valeglia." "My lord, there it is." At a fork in the road, the old knight pointed to a small island in the river. "The strong cider there is famous, you can try it." "You want to go to the feather wine bottle?" "That's right, except for the price, the accommodation there is very good. It is clean and tidy, spacious and comfortable. It is close to the Honey Wine River, the scenery is beautiful, and it is convenient to travel." Pater was surprised and enlightened. "You have been there too?" the White Knight asked curiously. The cross-eyed young man nodded and said, "The feather wine bottle is very close to the City of Knowledge. We often go there to drink. I am about to go there now." After a few words, they found that they were going the same way as Pater. Danny and the old knight were too embarrassed to ride on the horse, so they turned around and led the horse while chatting. Danny explained her background to him. Her father was a great noble in Westeros, but her mother's ancestral home was in the continent of Ursos. She died in childbirth when she gave birth to her, and she had never seen her father in her life. Well, her name was Layla Vesuvius. She was a female knight with money and leisure, traveling with her knight attendants. Pater sympathized and envied this poor bastard daughter. He sympathized with her background and envied her for being able to travel freely. Except for her name, Danny did not lie. But naturally, the apprentice thought that she was an illegitimate daughter of a noble family in the king's territory. "My biggest wish is to save money to buy a donkey and take turns to ride it around Westeros with Rosie." The young man could not help but reveal his dream to the young and beautiful female knight beside him. "You don't want to be a scholar anymore?" the White Knight asked curiously. "Oh, didn't you hear? I have a lover, Rosie." Danny laughed. Scholar, White Knight, Night Watcher, Friar, these were the 4 major eunuch occupations in Westeros. They could not marry, had no right to inherit, and gave up everything in the world, dedicating their life to serving, Scholar, Lord, White Knight, King, Night Watcher, the Wall, Friar, the 7 gods. Not yet, not a lover." Pater stuttered with a red face. Rosie was a waitress in the feather wine bottle. When the hotel waiter came to help them with the horse, Pater said goodbye and pulled the girl with the sweet dimples to a corner of the hotel. The front hall of the feather wine bottle was a 3-story wooden building that tilted slightly to the south. On the open platform at the top of the building, there was a basin of torches that guided the river boats. The boats that came and went would also stop by the island to bring in passengers, wheat, turnips, smoked meat and other supplies. There was a green grass field in the backyard of the wooden building. A few 2-story courtyards were distributed among the grass field. They were considered the best houses in the world. Because she was not sure how long they would stay in the old town, Danny paid a high price, 10 silver dear, to rent a small courtyard by the river for half a month. The courtyard was less than 30 square meters and there was a garden of Chinese roses. The two-story wooden building was quite clean. On the first floor was a large living room with a fireplace. It was about 50 square meters and looked a little spacious. On the second floor were 2 bedrooms. After putting down their luggage, they came to the front hall of the restaurant. The dining hall was the size of 2 basketball courts. There were tallow candles that were as thick as a child's arm on the 4 walls. There were also kerosene lamps hanging from the ceiling. Under the dim light of the candles, there were 30 to 40 rectangular wooden tables that were filled with people. Half of them were scholars and apprentices in gray robes. They found a table with only 1 person and sat down. When the waiter served the dishes, Danny looked around and asked curiously, "This house is a little crooked. Why didn't they renovate it? Anyway, there is no sign of it collapsing." The old knight shrugged and said uncertainly, "It is said that this wooden house has a history of 600 years. It has lasted for hundreds of years. Maybe it can last for another 100 or 200 years. Bullshit. Won't a wooden house rot?" Danny sneered. "Are you from another place?" The gray-haired scholar with a necklace on his neck sneered, "You must not know what kind of wood the beams and pillars are made of." Danny looked at the pillar next to her. It was pale white under the mottled green paint. Her heart skipped a beat and she exclaimed, "Weirwood? Oh, you are quite knowledgeable." The old scholar was surprised. Oh my God, how much weirwood was used. If the dragon was the most miraculous animal, then the weirwood of this world was the most miraculous plant. Not to mention its relationship with the old gods, just look at the characteristics of this material. First of all trees had a lifespan. Weirwood was the only one that could live forever without external interference. Secondly, weirwood of wood, and Valeglia steel of steel, both of them had immortal characteristics. Valeglia steel would not rust or wear out, and weirwood would not decay. Therefore, even the people of Valeglia used weirwood to build the door of the Black Tower. The immortal Black Tower, the immortal wooden door, the true legacy of thousands of generations. The gray-haired scholar took a sip of green cider. The high concentration of alcohol made his nose shine like a light bulb. After taking a breath, he explained with hazy eyes, "In the early years, weirwood was everywhere in the Westeros. After the invasion of the Undulls, the monks of the 7 gods thought that weirwood was a symbol of the old gods, so they chopped up all the weirwood south of Neck, burned it, or collected it to make wood." Danny was speechless. The 7 gods, a fake religion, without gods, had successfully expelled the true gods. This was almost a god's version of the Lisbon incident. A wild mercenary without any supernatural power stabbed the number 1 of the young generation of the Western supernatural world to death with a knife. Dinner was a castrated chicken stuffed with leeks and mushrooms, crispy fried pork ribs dipped in plum sauce, and crab shark soup. It was very sumptuous. Danny had a great appetite and ate until she was full. Leaving the old knight to drink and inquire about the 7 kingdoms, she went back to take a bath, changed her clothes, and sat cross-legged on the mat. She took out a glass candle from the wooden box and began to activate the beacon on her right wrist. There was no response at all. The gray light that filled the bedroom seemed to have a life of its own. It first shrunk into a ball the size of a fist, then the room dimmed. Without any warning, it suddenly exploded and scattered. Strange gray light rays bounced back and forth on the wall like soft silk. Her spiritual power could not contact Kuei-shi through the gray light. "Blocked me?" Danny had a strange expression. Kuei-shi left a soul imprint on her wrist. The imprint was part of Kuei-shi's soul. Therefore, through the imprint, she could find Danny at any time. Her unpredictable whereabouts and ambiguous prophecies made Kuei-shi very pretentious every time she appeared, until Danny cracked her mark witchcraft. With the same principle, Danny could also locate Kuei-shi through the mark. Last night, she encountered a problem with magic. She planned to find an old friend to teach her from a distance tonight, but found that she was blacklisted. Well, just like how she blacklisted Kuei Shi. Huh, whose signal is this? Just as Danny was about to urge the shadow-binding night again, she was shocked to find that she had inexplicably found a new communication channel. Chapter 229. A witchcraft bottle. Or should I say, shake it. Both of us activated the glass candle at the same time, and there's a 1 in a million chance that our witchcraft frequency is the same. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? No, the other party didn't notice me, but I can. The gray light at the top of the glass candle had stabilized and was no longer expanding or contracting. There was an illusory colorful light at the center of the candle. It was as bright as snow, as bright as gold, and as bright as the blue sea. Danny's expression was indescribable. There was shock, confusion, and uncertainty. She could sense the other party, but the other party knew nothing about her and was still going on. The other party did not use the same coordinate witchcraft as she did. The sorcerer seemed to be fumbling around randomly, observing everything that he could see through the light of the glass candle. Danny understood that state. She might be able to see the future, or the scene of a certain place. She might be able to see some blurry scenes of the past, but there was a 99% chance that she did not see anything. Everything was just an illusion. This was common knowledge in the supernatural world. Anyone who had come into contact with the glass candle and had a little bit of inheritance would know this. That was why Danny had never thought of using the glass candle to peek into the future. The sorcerer on the other side is very close to me. He's most likely a sorcerer from the City of Knowledge. This explains why I can sense him, but he knows nothing about me. That's because the glass candle in the City of Knowledge came from Valeglia. If the great sorcerer did not leave a backdoor in the glass candle, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Danny's expression became more and more certain. She had almost guessed the whole story. She was just waiting to verify it. Let's give it a try. With that thought in mind, a sliver of spirit energy slipped into the illusory light like a loach. Old Town, City of Knowledge by the Honey Wine River, Crow Island in the middle of the river. In the misty night city, the sky was heavy and dark. The white crows that were noisy during the day were also quietly nesting in their nests at the top of the tower. In the circular tower below the crow's nest, the entire floor was an open room. The round stone room was more than 100 square meters. There were books and scrolls everywhere. Some were placed messily on the table, and some were simply stacked on the floor. The surrounding walls were almost covered by tattered, colorful maps. A fire was burning in the hearth. A copper kettle was placed on top of the fire. The kettle's spout was emitting a humming sound. Under the flickering candlelight, the white steam gurgled like misty clouds. There was a tall black candle in the middle of the room. It was 1 meter tall, thin and twisted. The candlelight was evenly distributed in the room. It was neither brighter because it was close to the room, nor dimmer because it was far away. It was a glass candle. There were 2 people standing by the candle. One of them was a short and stout man who looked like a butcher, and the other was a short-haired young man with long limbs. The butcher wore a chain made of countless metals around his bull-like neck. He was a scholar, or even a doctor. The young man also had a rope around his slender neck. The rope was connected to 3 links. He was an apprentice scholar. Professor Marwin, something doesn't seem right, the handsome young man said softly. What did you see? Sphinx. Professor Butcher stared at the light without blinking. The young man's expression was conflicted. He didn't know how to describe it. It seems like someone is looking at us through the flame, but I'm not sure if it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. A pleasant female voice rang out from the flame. Ah! The Sphinx's eyes bulged as he screamed in fear. Professor Marwin was confused. Why are you screaming? Ah! When he turned to look at the young apprentice, the professor saw in horror that the young apprentice's agate eyes were dyed gray. 2 beams of gray light flowed out like tears and gathered at his mouth. Gradually, the gray light gathered into a large ball. It was a human head. A human head slowly crawled out from his apprentice's mouth, followed by a torso, 4 limbs. This scene, compared to a gray light figure crawling out from a human's mouth, Sadako crawling into a TV drama, was nothing. Even the experienced professor was shocked. Oh no, the glass candle is connected to hell. It's attracting the evil spirits. He took a few steps back to the table. His hands reached behind him and found a short dagger. He immediately pounced on it. How ignorant. You don't even know me. The light figure had already landed on the ground. It slowly expanded into a normal woman. Her face was blurred. She was about 1.7 meters tall with long limbs. Who are you? The color and style of the woman's clothes couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a flame mark on her chest. Professor Marwin felt that it was familiar. Fire sorcerer, the inheritor of Valeglia's witchcraft. Danny had verbally changed her class to a fire sorcerer again. Why did you come from me? The young man took a step back and covered his mouth in fear. Why did you crawl out from my mouth? I'm Shikue, from Bravos. Danny introduced herself first before explaining to the two who were wary and fearful. It didn't come out from your mouth. The eyes are the window to the soul. Your eyes are the door to the spirit realm. Previously, you used the glass candle to wander the world, which means that your spirit entered the candle's illusion through your eyes. I caught that spirit and followed it into your spirit realm, then projected it out from your eyes. I see. The Sphinx was still confused, but Marwin seemed to understand. In the process of searching for the truth, the spirit we released connected with Sorcerer Layla's glass candle. Something like that, but... After thinking about it, Danny decided to tell the truth. But the main reason is that this little girl learned Valeglia's meditation. Little girl. The black youth's face was flushed red. He secretly glanced at the short and strong doctor beside him. Seeing that he was only thinking seriously and was not angry, he asked timidly, Master Wizard, how did you find me? Danny looked up at the sky and sighed. She announced, no matter how beautiful a crossdresser looks, no matter how beautiful he looks, long legs, fair skin, or charming face, one thing will never change. His soul is still attached to little Gigi. The crossdressing girl blushed again. Although she didn't quite understand, she understood the basic meaning. The other party's spirit was projected in front of her through her spirit realm, and he was most likely able to determine her gender through her soul. The City of Knowledge doesn't accept female students, and it doesn't allow women to become scholars, Blackie explained softly. As she explained, she used her eyes to look at Marwin. However, the professor from the City of Knowledge didn't care about her gender at all. He only frowned and pondered. After a while, he looked at the figure of light Danny and said, the glass candle in the City of Knowledge comes from Valeglia. The basic meditation inside is a side branch of Valeglia's witchcraft. Your meditation level must be very high, or you wouldn't be able to enter Larissa's spirit realm without her permission. Yes, I once received the Great Wizard's incomplete inheritance. Danny nodded. So the people of Valeglia did something to the inheritance, and no one noticed it for thousands of years. Marwin said with an ugly expression. You win some, you lose some. Danny shrugged and asked Blackie, how old are you? How long have you been practicing witchcraft? The runes for the basic meditation technique haven't been completed yet. Blackie was very reserved and honest in front of the big shot and old senior of the supernatural world. When I was 18, I came to the City of Knowledge a year ago. After spending half a year to forge the second chain ring, Professor Marwin recruited me as an apprentice. About 4 months ago, when I was cleaning the room, I was really curious. The glass candle has always been like a legend, so I would secretly stare at it whenever I had the chance. One day, suddenly, I didn't know what happened, but it lit up, and then, Speaking of this, Miss Blackie was very excited and was a little incoherent. Danny suddenly understood. You have supernatural talent. You lit the glass candle and received the fire warlock's inheritance. She then looked at the professor. You saw it. In just 4 months, the meditation runes haven't been completed, and she already has this kind of witchcraft power. Although the people of Valeglia left a backdoor in the meditation technique itself is very powerful, at least above level 2. Above level 2? What do you mean? Blackie was confused. Your professor didn't tell you? Danny couldn't help but look at Marwan. You're also a supernatural, and you seem to be a moon chanter. At this point, Danny's expression became strange. She looked up and down at the thick-necked, thick-shouldered professor who looked like a street butcher. Moon chanters should dress as women. If this person really evolved into a crossdresser, then all the scholars in the City of Knowledge would be blinded. You can even tell that I'm a moon chanter. Marwan was shocked. This was the benefit of being knowledgeable. If Danny had not participated in the extraordinary gathering and had not seen all kinds of different professions with her own eyes, she would not have been able to guess his identity even if she had fiery golden eyes and could see through the other party's meditation runes. The aura of witchcraft power in your body. Danny put her hands behind her back, looking like an otherworldly expert. Needless to say, with such an awesome entrance and the ability to see through the opponent's details. Even Professor Shuecheng regarded the fire mage, Shi Kuei, as a transcendent, big shot. When I was young, I went to Volantis, Queers, and many other cities in the Jade Sea. I even studied in the shadow of Asia for 8 years. In Asia, I used my knowledge as a scholar to exchange for a prophecy meditation technique. I didn't expect it to be related to moon chanters. I learned the meditation technique and a few simple witchcraft 20 years ago, but when I returned to the Westeros. No, as soon as I left Asia, the spell didn't work, and the meditation runes almost collapsed. Until 2 years ago, one day, the meditation runes in my mind lit up again. I suspect that the rumors about dragons and mother of dragons among the sailors at the docks are true. Dragons have brought magic back to this world. I really want to see it with my own eyes. The ox-necked professor's eyes were blurred as he sighed. You've already seen it. I'm a true dragon, a miracle. Danny thought shamelessly. But then, another question arose in her mind. Marwan was a professor, definitely a high-ranking person in the City of Knowledge. He should have access to the highest level of confidential information, so there was no reason that he couldn't confirm the authenticity of the dragon, right? Half of the free trade cities were involved in the war against the evil mother of dragons. It would be normal for the Westeros next door to have some undercurrents. Then, there must be someone who could block the news from the east. She just didn't know if it was the City of Knowledge's intention or the higher-ups' order to control public opinion. Chapter 230. Since you've been in Yaxia for 8 years, there's no reason you don't know the basic knowledge of the transcendent realm. Danny glanced at Blackie. The level of meditation is such a basic knowledge. How can a mage who learned meditation not know? Oh, a certain someone thought that she was really a big shot and completely forgot that she had just learned this common knowledge. I only know that she can light glass candles, but I don't know much about her meditation. Besides, what's the point of knowing the level? I've already learned it and it's set in stone. The bull-necked professor smiled bitterly. That's right. It's already a blessing for these rogue cultivators, who don't belong to any sect, to have a meditation technique. They don't have the right to be picky. You're called Marwan. Suddenly, Danny felt that the name was familiar. Memories from long ago flashed in her mind. In just a moment, she knew who had mentioned the name, Scholar Marwan, before. Do you know a Raza witch, Millie Maz Tur? Millie? The bull-necked Marwan seemed to be reminiscing. A hint of sweetness rose in his eyes. She should be a priestess, right? A cute and hard-working little priestess. Damn, is that fat old witch who can be placed horizontally or vertically the same person as the little cutie you're talking about? Yes, she was a priestess. She studied medicine and sacrificial arts, Danny said with a straight face. 20 years ago, I was her, classmate in Yaxia. We studied together for a few years. I even taught her how to dissect corpses. Why? Do you know her too? Danny didn't know what to say. However, this scholar didn't look like much. He had a beer belly, a short and stout body. White hair grew out of his nostrils and ears. His forehead was protruding, and his nose was obviously broken more than once. His teeth were mottled with reddish-brown dirt from chewing on sour grass. He and the little cutie old witch were a match made in heaven. She's dead. She was discovered using a curse to harm people. In the end, she was burned to death. After saying that, Danny stared at Marwan seriously, not missing any expression on his face. Unexpectedly, he only said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. "Isn't she your lover?" Danny couldn't help but ask. "We've had academic exchanges, but we can't be considered lovers. After all, I'm a scholar." And since she was the one who used the curse to harm others, her death was justified, Oxneck Marwan said seriously. Academic exchange? Research the 7 cries of spring techniques. While Danny was silent, Marvin asked curiously, "Mage Layla, where are you now?" "It's in the old town, not far from the city of knowledge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to capture your signal." Perhaps Grand Wizard Valeglia had the ability to monitor the city of knowledge from thousands of miles away through glass candles, but Danny was just a beginner in witchcraft. She didn't know many witchcraft spells, so she just happened to sense Black Sister's power of the will. She was skillful, lucky, and close. "I wonder if I can talk to you face to face." The short and strong doctor rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "There are almost no real extraordinaries in the old town. Most of the knowledge has to be discovered by oneself. It's a little impossible. Would you be able to host a gathering of extraordinaries in the old town? Do you want me, a big shot, to preach the Tao to you bunch of noobs? Have you ever attended a gathering of extraordinaries?" "I've heard of it, but they don't recruit scholars. When I returned to the old town, no one organized a gathering here," Marvin said awkwardly. Scholars and the 7 gods were not allowed to attend a gathering of extraordinaries. "Since you know the rules, you should know that mages don't get up early if there are no benefits," Danny reminded him. Why would the shadow-binding warrior Tam organize a gathering of extraordinaries in Volantis? She wanted to train Lisbon, and at the same time, she was looking for underling candidates. Wouldn't Moon Chanter and Priestess Layla become her new underlings? But what was the reason for Fire Mage Layla to organize a gathering of extraordinaries in the old town? What would she get? There was nothing to gain. Danny's words made Marvin's thick cheeks flush red. After a while, he pulled the long chain that hung down to his belly button and said hesitantly, "I'm a doctor in the city of knowledge. I'm proficient in medicine, anatomy, raven studies, metallurgy, history, economics, geography, astronomy, Valeglia's advanced mathematics, the principle of optics, part of alchemy, and prophecy. Sir Mage, you can choose one or more knowledge in exchange." Danny's eyes flashed as she nodded and said, "That's fine. How many of you?" "Just me." "What?" Danny shouted. "How can you organize a gathering with just you?" "But the city of knowledge, the old town." Marvin was extremely embarrassed. He was the only occultist in the entire old town. It was too pitiful. Yes, the Valeglia steel chain in the scholar's necklace represented magic and occultism. Many scholars wore Valeglia steel chains, but they didn't have any mana in their bodies. For example, the famous scholar Lewin of Winterfell studied magic, and his necklace had Valeglia steel chains. But he had always taught John, Bran, and the others, "I swear in the name of the Grand Master of Magic, children, there is no magic in this world. The children of the forest, shapeshifters, deviant ghosts, and elves are all stories made up by adults to deceive children. You should practice your swordsmanship and become knights. Even when Bran confessed to him that he dreamed of the three-eyed crow and that it might be a spirit wolf, the old scholar had a benevolent face and said with tolerance, "Child, that was a dream. After you broke your leg, you couldn't accept reality and had a wild imagination." It seemed that in the scholar's view, the ability to prove that magic was fake was equivalent to magic knowledge. Cough, cough. Doctor, there's still me. Blackie stole a glance at Dany and reminded her in a soft voice. You? The short and fat doctor's expression was conflicted. He looked at her with disdain and disappointment. You don't understand. You should at least show something useful for a gathering. What do you want to do? Blackie asked curiously. Show me some skills. Can I shoot arrows? My archery skills are very strong. My mother always said that I have the qualifications to be a red archer. The people of the Summer Archipelago often carved the heads of their ships into the images of birds and animals. Therefore, their sailing ships were called swan ships. Unlike the trading city-states, which had one or two paddle boats or longboats as escorts, the swan ships were usually alone. The task of protecting the ships was given to the armed personnel of the Summer Archipelago, the Red Archers. They used the Summer Archipelago's golden wood as the body of the bow, and the arrow's range was up to 400 meters. They were almost the strongest archers in the world. If Blackie Larissa was not lying, her archery skills should be very strong. Archery won't do. Marwyn shook his head. He also knew the knight's slashing skills. If archery and slashing were useful, he would have joined the mysterious gathering long ago. Count her in. We were able to contact her this time. Both of us also practice Valeglia's witchcraft. It's fate. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Blackie grinned foolishly and bowed to express her gratitude. What's your name? I heard Dr. Marwyn call you Sphinx and Larissa, Dany asked. Sphinx is my nickname in the City of Knowledge. Alright, that's all for today. Feeling the abnormality on her right wrist, Dany was ready to end this online friend-making activity. Remember the frequency of my witchcraft. After the martial arts competition, we'll confirm the time and location of the gathering at 10 o'clock at night. I hope Dr. Marwyn can find a few more companions during this time. The two of you are still too few. Alright. Without a sound, the gray figure disappeared, leaving the master and disciple looking at each other under the golden candlelight. After a while, Marwyn looked at Blackie and asked, "What's your real name?" Just call her Larissa," Blackie said evasively. The ox-necked doctor sighed. Up to you. But remember, the City of Knowledge will never allow women to tarnish their honor. I didn't know you were a girl before, and I still don't know anything now. Yes, thank you, Doctor. Dany had been delayed for a while because she had accidentally met two netizens. During that time, Kuei had already unblocked her requests. Seeing that Dany hadn't come over, the Shadowbinder thought that Dany was angry, so he took the initiative to contact her. However, just like how Kuei had rejected her request, Dany blocked her as well. After ending the conversation with Marwyn, Dany immediately activated the glass candle. This time, it was easy for her to project her mental energy. Of course, unlike contacting Marwyn, which did not consume any witchcraft power, the nine-colored vortex in her mind spun crazily. Her witchcraft power was like a flood that had broken through a dam. It was truly a communication that transcended thousands of miles. With the experience of her mental body traversing space last time, Dany did not feel dizzy this time. Almost instantly, she arrived at a dark and empty stone hall. A green glass candle was lit in the middle. It was a ball of dim white light the size of a fist. The four walls and the ceiling were all covered in darkness. The shadow-binding knight wore a dark green robe and a red wooden mask. He sat cross-legged on the stone floor as if he was waiting for someone to visit. "You're stupid," she said. "Why?" Dany did not understand. "Do you know what time it is here?" The shadow-binding knight did not wait for Danny to reply. She said seriously, 9 in the morning. I'm currently on the Jade Sea Lightning Island. When you first came looking for me, I was worshipping the Lady of Light with Prince Bogon at the Temple of Heaven. Oh, sorry. I forgot to calculate the time difference. Sorry to disturb you. Danny hurriedly apologized. Although she said that, she did not know how to calculate the time difference at all. She had never thought about it. The last time she had returned to Astapor from Volantis, the latitude difference was about 2,000 kilometers. However, both cities were at night, so she did not feel much difference in time difference. If not for Kuei-shi's reminder, Danny would have forgotten about the time difference. Kuei-shi shook her head and said seriously, you still don't understand. Let me ask you, how do you call the shadow-binding knights? Shadow children? How can the shadow children use witchcraft under the sun in front of the temple? If I didn't stop your mental projection, the sun would have lit you up immediately. Kuei-shi pointed at Danny and said in a low voice, it would have been as easy as a torch lighting up a down quilt. This. Danny was shocked. I've never tried it under the sun. You used the soul coordinates on other people? Kuei-shi understood the meaning behind her words. She suddenly stood up and said with some complaint and worry, I warned you not to use it last time. It hasn't even been half a month, and you've already used it once, not once, 3 times. I used it 3 times. Kuei-shi's body stiffened. She did not say anything. After a long while, she groaned and said, you're courting death. Chapter 231. Why do you say that? Danny was puzzled. Don't you feel it? Every time you leave a soul coordinate, a part of your soul will be torn off, Kuei-shi asked. Indeed. The essence of soul coordinate is to separate a part of one's soul. This way, even if they are separated by mountains and rivers, the souls of the same body can still sense each other. Danny nodded. Seeing that she was full of energy and her cheeks were rosy, Kuei-shi was puzzled. Do you feel weak, have blood in your hands, vomited blood, dizzy, and dying? No, I'm going to sign up for the tournament tomorrow. Kuei-shi was stunned. The dark eyes behind the wooden mask seemed to be shining. It was a little like a scientist who encountered a strange biological phenomenon and wanted to. When Danny took a step back in fear, Kuei-shi sighed. Mother of dragons, you are indeed extraordinary. No, I'm very ordinary. There's nothing special about me. Danny shrunk her neck and said, after leaving the soul coordinate 3 times, I felt that I had reached a bottleneck. Maybe I can only use soul coordinate 2 or 3 more times. That's why I came to you. I want to know if you have the 2nd volume of the soul coordinate technique. There's no 2nd volume. You've reached your limit. Your soul can't be separated anymore. Kuei-shi shook her head and smiled bitterly. I've told you that soul coordinate technique is a forbidden technique that I created in recent years. It's not perfect. Don't use it if you don't have to. The side effects are too strong. You can't be exposed to too much sunlight. It's easy to be stimulated by the murderous aura. Anti-magic weapons can damage your soul, such as Valeglia's steel and dragon crystal weapons. You can't leave a soul coordinate technique on a short-lived person. A short-lived person? If the person you marked dies in an accident, the soul energy left in the person's body will dissipate. You will lose a part of your soul, Kuei-shi said lightly. Fortunately, the 3 people I marked don't look like short-lived people. Plus, I can replenish my soul automatically. Even if an accident happens, it won't be a big problem. What's with the murderous aura? Danny asked. You can pass through physical objects in your current spiritual state. Have you tried it? Yes, it's very interesting. But it consumes too much wizard power. Kuei-shi nodded and said, you are essentially a spiritual body now. Normal objects can't block the spiritual waves of an illusion, but the murderous aura. If a knight wanted to kill you, no matter what weapon he wielded, it would hurt you. The reason is very simple. His attacks are mixed with spiritual will. No wonder. Danny came to a realization. That dagger gave me a deep sense of danger, and the Dark Star's great sword, oh my god. Kuei, she put her hand to her forehead and groaned, it's only been a few days, you. If you go on like this, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later. Danny Alice, you must understand one thing. Extraordinaires only have extraordinary intelligence. Don't ever think of yourself as a god that transcends mortals. Even someone as powerful as Great Adept Valeglia couldn't face an experienced Grand Knight head-on. The Shadowbind warned solemnly. Yes, I understand. A few days ago, I saw a fire mage who was as famous as you die tragically under the blades of mercenaries. The lesson was quite deep. Danny nodded and said in agreement. As famous as me? Who? The Shadowbind asked curiously. Volantis Fire Mage, Lisbon. Never heard of him. The Shadowbind's voice turned cold. Do you think I'm a nobody? He's the #1 youth in the Western continent. Danny rubbed her nose and said awkwardly. The first person stabbed to death by a mercenary? Danny felt even more awkward. She stammered, I didn't say that. Everyone thinks so. What? It spread. Kuei, she didn't hide her anger anymore. Which bastard is spreading rumors about me? Tam was a good person. She couldn't betray her. I think it's a priest from Koor. Danny put the blame on the dead man. Impossible. I've never been to Koor. Why would they judge a mage they don't know? He might have heard it from necromancer Bo Cheng. As if worried that the Shadowbind wouldn't understand, Danny quickly added, Bo Cheng is a barbarian, the prince of barbarian. I know that bastard. Kuei, she gritted her teeth. Bo Cheng, you're a prince and have the support of the Mage Association. You can definitely take the blame, right? Oh right, I heard you mention Bo Gon's royal husband. Who's he? Danny changed the topic. The second royal husband of the Thunder Island Empress. Second, royal husband. Danny's mouth twitched. Is there a first royal husband? Do you know the history of Thunder Island? Seeing her thoughts, Kuei, she slowly explained, Thunder Island is located in the south of Barbarian. It's only separated by a narrow sea. The two places are very close. Many citizens of the Golden Celestial Dynasty traveled south to Thunder Island and gradually settled down there. The founding empress of the dynasty, known as the Great One by the Easterners, Galoya, was a pure-blooded Thunder Island citizen. In order to appease the citizens of the two tribes, she took two husbands. One was from Thunder Island and the other was a barbarian. This tradition was passed down. The current empress followed the tradition and took a nobleman of the barbarian royal family as her second royal husband. Is Galoya creating a harem on purpose? Danny still could not accept it. Since she's from Thunder Island, she can just find a barbarian as her royal husband. Her descendants will be of mixed blood between the two tribes. Kuei, she sighed. Of the two royal husbands, only the pure-blooded Thunder Island daughter who is born to the first royal husband, a Thunder Island citizen, will have the right to inherit. Therefore, every generation of Thunder Island Empress will be a pure-blooded Thunder Island citizen. Is that even possible? Why? They'll have to be mixed blood sooner or later. Danny's expression was pained. She asked again, I thought you were in Kuei's. Why did you come back to Jade Sea? If I don't leave, I'll be trapped there. Kuei, she looked at her deeply and said with a complicated tone, I'm not confident that I can hatch a dragon. Before you left, I boarded the ship back to Jade Sea. You. Danny was impressed by Kuei. You predicted that the Kuei's people would find you to hatch a dragon and ran away in advance? How can I be a shadow-binding knight if I don't even know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity? Kueishi's calm voice was filled with unconcealable pride. Tam, listen to this. This is the demeanor of a master. Your behavior of rushing to hatch an egg is too low. Is this your territory? Danny walked around the stone room. It was very spacious, deep, dark, and quiet. She could even hear Kueishi's breathing. Not bad. It's a very big cultivation room. Danny looked at Kueishi and praised. It seems that your guardian skill is not bad. Guardian skill? Kueishi sounded confused. Hey, still pretending? Danny winked at her with an expression that said, you know, I know, we all know. She chuckled and said, I'm no longer a newbie in the mystical world. I know that in order to make a living, sorcerers will learn some tricks to cheat money. That second royal husband must be a big fish. You must have taken advantage of him, right? TSK, such a big stone tower. As expected of the number one person of the young generation in the Eastern Transcendental world. Creak, creak. The shadow-binding knight started grinding his teeth again. He unconsciously clenched his fists. This is the ruins of the old gods. You don't even know about the underground labyrinth of Thunder Island? Kueishi almost growled. Danny knew that she had misunderstood. Kueishi did not seem to have a big project. She immediately changed the topic and asked, Old gods? What does it have to do with the old gods of Westeros? Maybe, maybe not, but the underground labyrinth definitely belongs to the previous civilization before the long night. I was invited here to investigate the truth of this place. Danny was really curious. She asked, what's so special about this place? Legend has it that the old gods still live in the depths of the labyrinth. As long as the entrance of the labyrinth is opened, they will spread the plague of the old gods. The infected will first have a fever and headache. Gradually, their thoughts will become chaotic, and they will lose their memories. They will also have hallucinations and auditory hallucinations. Damn, aren't those the whispers of the old evil gods? I've come to World of Warcraft. Danny closed her eyes and sensed for a while. She said doubtfully, really? I don't seem to feel anything. You can read Overview of the Jade Sea. It was written by the Volantis Colloqua Forta. The plague of the old gods lasted for almost 1,000 years. Even the Queen of Thunder Island. Some people said that they entered the underground labyrinth to have sex with the old gods. I'm not sure if it's true, but they did do some inhumane things. Kueishi paused. She pointed at her chest and asked, why do you think I'm here? It's because Her Majesty has been a little. Well, some signs are making my husband uneasy. The long night is coming. All kinds of monsters are coming out, Danny mumbled. The long night? You believe the prophecy of the Red God Priest? Danny Rise, do you really think that you are the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai? Kueishi asked. Am I not? Danny asked. She suddenly remembered something. Many people guessed that Danny Rise was the child of prophecy, including the Red God Priest. But Kueishi never said so. Danny Rise, I can tell you clearly that you are someone who can change the world. But you are not the reincarnation of Yasuo or Ahai, Kueishi said seriously. Why? Because, forget about Yasuo or Ahai, even the Light King himself can't hatch a dragon like you. This reason was so strong that Danny couldn't refute it herself. There's a Shamiliana temple priest called Kaena. She sacrificed a few hundred members of the virtuous lord's family. In the end, there was an evil soul in the fake dragon egg. What's going on? Can Lalo hatch a demon dragon? Kueishi shook her head. I'm not sure. Lalo is a true god. A true god who controls part of the authority of death. Hatching a dragon like you is creating new life. All the gods of death can't do it. But I can't guess their other abilities. Then she asked curiously, why is it a fake dragon egg? This. Danny touched her nose and muttered, it's all your old friend's fault. Old friend? Kuei-shi was confused. An Yasura merchant called Bao-han. He insisted on giving me a bottle of fire plaster. It can glue a broken dragon egg back together without any damage. Not even a crack can be seen. Oh my god. So it's Bao-han, that profiteer. You've cheated the royal family of Kars. Kuei-shi screamed. You know Bao-han too? Well, like the soul mark witchcraft, I invented fire plaster. Bao-han once bought 3 bottles from me. I didn't expect. Danny looked at Kuei-shi strangely. So the culprit of the fake dragon egg is you. Don't look at me like that. I developed fire plaster mainly for my family's porcelain business. Kuei-shi rolled up her sleeves, revealing her delicate pale yellow skin. See, although I was born in Yasur, I'm not a local. My ancestral home is Xingdu. Have you heard of Xingdu porcelain? Chapter 232. The next morning, the sky was blue, and the sun lazily looked at the noisy city below. The warm sea breeze rippled along the green honey wine river and entered Riverside Street from Whispering Bay. The stone road was crowded with people. Danny and Whitebeard rode on horses and slowly moved along with the crowd. Danny's black hair was tied into a valiant ponytail. She was wearing a capable scarlet leather armor, leather pants, and high boots. Her limbs were slender and her body was straight. A long sword hung on her waist, and a pure white cloak hung down, covering the horse's buttocks. Her willowy eyebrows had been deliberately trimmed into sharp, thick, black, sword-like eyebrows. Together with the confident and proud expression on her face and the slightly upturned lips, she had lost the last trace of childishness of a 16-year-old girl. She had completely become a valiant and confident female swordsman. When the mercenaries and knights passed by, they would often peek at her, look at her openly, or whistle and throw flirtatious glances at her. She was very eye-catching. Baristan had also changed his appearance. His long white hair was shaved off, and he was bald. His lips and beard were dyed dirty gold. When he was young, he had black beard and hair. The ends of his eyebrows drooped down, making him look more decadent. In fact, 80% of his acquaintances could not recognize him with the messy beard on his face. For example, when he was in Kors, Yora Mormont did not recognize him. The old knight's cheeks were smooth and tidy, and he was meticulously groomed. He was an old handsome man. Even if there was no terrifying difference between Jack and the water gun man, it was at least the difference between the Wolf of Wall Street and the Hunter of the Wild. The old knight was always wearing a helmet. Even if he did not pull down the visor, it was difficult to recognize his appearance. Anyway, after walking around the street, the white knight saw at least 20 acquaintances, but none of them looked at him. At most, they gave him an indifferent glance because of the heroic female knight next to him. Were there so many people in the old town in the past? Danny asked. Although the Honey Wine River tournament would not officially begin until 2 days later, from Rose Avenue to the streets and alleys of the old town, one could see knights and free riders, bards playing harps or beating leather drums, carriages loaded with hops, ham, large rings of butter, and buckets of honey. There were also merchants, craftsmen, and prostitutes, Baristan explained, although this isn't as sensational as the martial arts tournament to celebrate the inauguration of the Prime Minister, Ide Stark. A few years ago, Tai Min is truly hated by many. Other than the local knights of River Bend, many nobles from Dorne, the Land of Storm, and the port of Lannister have also come. Look over there. As he spoke, the old knight raised his hand and pointed at a group of cavalrymen on the other side of the river. 17 or 18 cavalrymen were chatting and laughing on horseback, and from time to time, some of them were convulsing with laughter. 3 of the riders who were guarding the perimeter each held a flag in their hands. The images on the 3 flags were 3 golden ears of wheat, 2 fawns, and a yellow haystack. He stared at a square-faced young man with black curly hair and said with a complicated expression, "The Harvest Hall, the Calvert family of the Young Deer Village, and the Hellayer family of the Hay Hall are all lords of the Land of Storm." "Your relatives?" Danny asked. The old knight was from the Harvest Hall. He was originally the heir of the Count and had a fiancée, but in order to pursue the glory of the Kingsguard, he gave it all up. Yes, a ruthless man who didn't even want his wife. The current Count of the Harvest Hall, Aston Selmy, my grandnephew. The old knight's voice was so low that Danny almost didn't hear him clearly. She remembered that the old knight had used the fake name, Aston, to hide his identity in Queers. "Do you want to meet him?" The old man misunderstood her and said hesitantly, "Although the Harvest Hall is the largest granary in the Land of Storm, it doesn't have many soldiers, and now is not the right time." "Sigh, do I lack those people?" Danny waved her hand. "It's just a chat. There's no need. That child is more honest and can't keep a secret." After a few words, the group on the other side of the river had disappeared into the crowd. Danny and Selina also turned into an alley. Under the old knight's lead, they took a few turns and finally came to a street full of riders and swordsmen at the edge of the western city. "Blacksmith Street. You can buy any kind of armor here," the old knight said with a smile. Along the way, Danny saw 7 or 8 blacksmiths. Bare-chested weaponsmiths were hammering in front of the forge. There were also free riders who had the same purpose as her, holding armor and loudly bargaining with the shop owners. There were also a few old men with wrinkles on their faces driving carriages and peddling along the street. The carriages were littered with rusty old swords and blades full of gaps. Finally, the old knight took Danny to the front of a huge stone building on the street. The walls on both sides of the wooden door were equipped with glass booths. On the glass booths hung red, blue, and white porcelain full-body armor, as well as griffins, unicorns, bison, and even megalosaurus helmets. As soon as the two dismounted, a servant came to greet them and took the initiative to lead the horses to the side. Then, a round-faced maid came out from the door and bowed. "What do you need?" "Swords, shields, armor, mail, and leather armor. We have them all in our shop." "I want a full-body armor," Danny said. "Custom or stock?" "How long will it take for you to pick it up?" Danny asked. "According to your requirements, at least half a month, but not more than 2 months. I need it urgently. We have a lot of stock here." After that, the round-faced maid asked about the price and got a reply from Danny, "The price is not important, but the quality must be the best." Then she led the two through a hall full of different kinds of armor, and along a cobblestone path through a courtyard facing charcoal, iron ingots, and other sundries. Finally, they came to a row of low red brick houses in the backyard. There was no door or wall on the side of the terrace house that faced the courtyard. The whole house was wide open, like a warehouse, but there were no piles of goods inside. It was full of smithing rooms that were filled with rolling heat waves, smoke, and clanging hammers. From time to time, blacksmiths would yell at their apprentices or ask them to do something. At that time, 2 young men in undershirts covered in a layer of black ash hurried through the courtyard carrying a basket of charcoal. Well, they deliberately avoided the cobblestone path. The old knight nodded and said, "Only in the hands of a blacksmith master can you buy the real good goods. Mercenaries who are shy of money will buy the goods that are displayed in the front hall." The round-faced maid smiled at him approvingly and led them straight to the largest forging room on the left. Outside each forging room, there were 2 rows of wooden shelves, hanging a mess of plate armor, iron helmet, throat guard, and other armor parts. A few guests were looking back and forth under the apprentice's introduction. "Do you want to choose by yourself, or do you want me to find an apprentice for you?" the maid asked. "I'll choose." The old knight directly went forward and knocked on a silver-gray plate armor. The maid said to the apprentice next to her and said goodbye to Danny, "After choosing the armor, you can pay the blacksmith master directly." The armor hanging on the wooden shelves looked messy. It was a complete set that was disassembled and placed together. This way, it was convenient for the guests to check the quality of the armor, and also according to the actual situation of the guests, some parts could be adjusted. Just as they were choosing the armor, they heard a conversation coming from the blacksmith shop. A man said with full energy, "Garland, you must help me. There are too many people coming to the old town recently. I don't dare to say the whole country, but all the River Bend knights who can come are here. But every time a knight comes, there will be 2 free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 soldiers, a dozen businessmen, 2 dozen prostitutes, and as for thieves, there are so many that I don't even dare to guess. With so many people, things are starting to get troublesome. This morning, a drunkard was found drowned in the Honeywine River. Can't be sure if it was an accident or a homicide. Last night, there was a riot in a tavern at the North Gate, and a few riders from the borderlands fought with the Dornishmen. There are countless fights like this, and there are even cases of people being raped from time to time. You should send a group of people to help me maintain order." Another young man asked doubtfully, "The old town's military is so weak?" "I remember, second uncle, you started training new recruits a month ago." "Garland Tyrell, Garland Hightower." The old knight glanced and said in a low voice. Danny also saw the 2 valiant knights wearing leather armor with long swords at their waists. One of them was a middle-aged man in his early 30s with the White Tower emblem on his chest, and the other was a young man in his early 20s with 2 large golden roses on his chest. Yes, Garland was Jorah Mormont's second uncle. The old man of the old town, Leighton Hightower, had many children. He had 6 daughters and 4 sons. Linny's was the youngest daughter, and Henry Foley, whom Rhys met, was the youngest son. It was not difficult to understand why Jorah could eat swan meat. There were too many children in the family, and Earl Leighton was already very satisfied to find a powerful earl as his son-in-law. Although his second daughter was married to Duke Hightower, that son-in-law had the good reputation of being the most mediocre general in the world of power. He was known as the inflatable fish in the pugilistic world, and the old man could not be proud of it. Garland said helplessly, "Didn't you notice when you came? The wheat in the field is ripe, and the soldiers I recruited have to put down their spears and pick up their sickles to harvest the crops. Taimin is invading the river, and you're letting those farmers go home?" Garland said in disbelief. You didn't receive any messenger crows from the City of Learning?" Garland was stunned and said, "Half a month ago, the City of Learning sent white messenger crows to all the lords in the country to pass on the news of the arrival of winter. In other words, we'll officially enter winter next year." Garland shook her head disapprovingly and said, "So what if it's winter? Our River Bend is not the north, and we can at least harvest 2 more batches of wheat. The next year will be snow, and the 4th year may be the wrong spring, and we can plant and harvest crops again. For thousands of years, we Southerners have spent the winter like this, and we don't need to hoard food to delay the war." 7 layers of hell. Danny shouted very fashionably, and could not help but take a few steps forward and exclaim, "You mean that River Bend, the granary of the 7 kingdoms, has no food?" Garland's eyes flashed with surprise at first, but soon he frowned and asked, "Who are you, eavesdropping on our conversation? Such a loud voice, you can ask the guests nearby." Danny pointed at a swordsman in chainmail who was picking out iron armor. "Who didn't hear your conversation?" Chainmail waved his hand and shouted, "You woman, don't slander me, I didn't hear Earl Garland and Sir Garland talking." Danny's mouth twitched a few times. "I was standing next to Sir Garland, and my voice was not loud. Aren't you burying your head in the sand?" Chapter 233. Garth Hyder smiled warmly at Danny and explained, "We originally stored grain for winter, but in the past few years, the 7 kingdoms have been in chaos. Hajin County has been completely destroyed, and the king's domain has been ravaged by the rebels. Count Tali is still running back and forth between the 2 places, cleaning up the bandits and rioters. As for the Stormlands, it is not a land that produces grain. Now that Storm's End Castle has not been taken, there is still a battle to be fought. King's Landing has 500,000 people, and they rely on River Bend to transport supplies. Then he looked at his nephew and said meaningfully, "So, do you understand now? River Bend will definitely not lack grain, but in order to maintain the normal operation of the kingdom, every grain of wheat is of great use. First, ensure that the old town is not harassed by Taimin." King's Landing. Garth understood that his uncle was hinting that grain was the bargaining chip for the High Court to participate in the King's Landing power game. He smiled bitterly and sighed, saying, "Lannister himself is not in a hurry, why should we worry? It is already difficult to take care of River Bend. How long is the estimated length of winter given by the City of Knowledge?" Dany asked. "About 3 years. Garth looked at her and asked curiously, "Miss, you don't look like a local, right? Why do you care?" "Oh, a normal person would care about this, right?" "Oh, that's right." Garth was startled at first, then said admiringly, "The ladies of the Lord's house only care about whether there is a banquet tonight, which famous bard in the city. You are very different." Dany did not appreciate it and said with a cold smile, "If you allow women to participate in the tournament, and allow women to participate in politics, they will naturally not only care about the flowers under the moonlight." Garth glanced at the long sword at her waist and smiled faintly. "Queen Regent Cersei is also a woman, but I think, what she has done in King's Landing now, even her father, Duke Tywin, cannot stand it, right? Alright, let's not talk about this nonsense. Let me ask you, how many years will the grain in River Bend last?" Silence filled the area as soon as she said that. The two lords looked at this arrogant and bossy girl with strange eyes. "You are..." Dany also realized that these two fellows were not her underlings for the time being. She smiled sheepishly and said, "Sorry, it's a matter of life and death, so I was a little anxious. I heard that this winter is unusual. There is also a Red God temple in the dock area. Haven't you heard the priests mention the prophecy of the long night? The second long night. The prophecy of the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai. You don't believe me?" Garth shook his head and explained, "You may not know, but as early as last winter, or even before the winter before that, there were similar prophecies circulating in King's Landing. Many people said that Prince Rhaega was the legendary son of prophecy. But after a few decades and a few winters, even Prince Rhaega died, and we welcomed a summer that lasted 11 years. Words are like the wind, and so are prophecies. This has become a story of the boy who cried wolf. No, the one who predicted the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai to the Westeros was a friend of Jenny in the city of Barren Stone, a dwarf witch. The Red God priests were very professional, and only in recent years did they become active after the magic tide recovered. Alas, the key was that not many people in the 7 countries felt the surge of the magic tide. Even if the prophecy is false, there must be a long winter after 11 years of summer. This can't be wrong, right?" Dany said. "So, what do you want to say?" Garth shrugged and asked. "Don't mess around. While the south is still warm, hurry home and farm. Go to the north and introduce a batch of cold-resistant winter wheat seeds, then spread the turnip seedlings all over the mountains and plains. Let's work together to survive the long winter." "It's not that we want to mess around," Garth sighed. "You know about the upcoming tournament, right? I sent the farmers home to harvest the crops, but the threat of Taimin is close at hand. In order to recruit a group of idle mercenary knights at home, I started this tournament. In fact, as early as the end of summer, when the City of Knowledge issued the autumn warning, the Hyder family began to reduce the economic crops in the territory on a large scale, and changed to wheat, soybeans, corn, turnips and other grain crops. This." Dany was also helpless. "But miss, your suggestion is not bad," Garth said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. "The crops in the north are more cold-resistant. We should really buy a batch of seeds back. This winter is unusual. The situation in the 7 countries is not stable, and the winter lasts especially long. 11 years of summer. Okay, I'll ask the scholar to send a letter to White Harbor and order a batch of seeds from Count Mandler. Garth nodded. While they were talking, a brawny man with 7 or 8 scars on his face walked over with a wooden box in his hand. His voice was as loud as a bell as he shouted, "Count, your armor is here. This time, you will definitely become the most dazzling existence in the meeting." "Thank you." Garland stepped forward and took the wooden box. He smiled bitterly and said to his second uncle, "I should have let Loras do this. He is now a white knight. He can't leave the queen's side." Garth nodded to Danny, and left with his nephew. "These two are very good," Danny said to the old knight. When the three were talking, the old knight had been standing by the shelf, eavesdropping and choosing armor. "My lord, you are lucky to have met 2 of the rare Westeros who are well-mannered and good-tempered true knights. If it were anyone else, unless you reveal your identity, it would cause unnecessary disputes even if you don't get whipped. Nobles will never accept criticism from people of lower status, even if the other party is obviously right," the old man complained. "I know. That's why I praised those 2. Under normal circumstances, the children of the Hyder family are all very good. Lady Linney's is an exception." Danny stepped forward and came behind the scarred man who was arranging the iron ingots. She asked, "Master, did you personally make armor for Count Tyrell?" "Yes, Garth Tyrell was a count with real power in Brightwater City. Brightwater City was located at the source of the Honey River. It was a rich and productive territory that originally belonged to the Florin family. However, in the War of the Four Kings, Florin sided with his son-in-law, Erlu Stannis. Later, Hiding Tyrell allied with Lannister and defeated Erlu. The Florin family's noble title and territory were taken away. Of course, don't say that I'm bragging. It's hard to find a blacksmith in the 7 countries who can compare with old Londo. The brave Count Garland is not an exception. Many knights who truly know what's good for them are my regular customers. For example, everyone knows that the Knight of Flowers, now known as the Kingsguard, went to King's Landing to participate in the tournament a few years ago. He specially came to me to make a set of bright silver armor that was as bright as a white star." The scarred man said proudly. "Do you have any armor that suits me?" Danny asked. "You're not satisfied with the ones outside? I want something better. Do you have it?" "Of course." Old Londo nodded and asked, "You want it today?" "Yes." The blacksmith frowned and looked at Danny. He said, "Fortunately, your figure is about the same as the slender youth. There's no need to make a special breastplate." "You damn old man, what nonsense are you talking about?" Danny glared at him and asked, "I won't buy it if it's not comfortable. Connor, bring me that medium-sized blue glaze armor." Old Londo ordered the apprentice who was adding charcoal to the stove. Then he turned around and explained to Danny, 32 pounds, made of fine iron. It can definitely be worn on the battlefield. It's a bit light. Isn't the plate armor too thin?" Whitebeard said. "It's definitely not thin. You'll understand when you see it." Indeed, it was a set of fake full-body armor with smooth blue glaze inlaid on the chest. The breastplate was of normal thickness, but it could only protect the chest and waist. The back was a layer of light chain armor. In short, this kind of armor could only protect the front. If someone attacked the back, an armor-piercing arrow could pierce through the back of the owner's heart. Of course, the old blacksmith did not skimp on the materials. This kind of armor was very common among the cavalry. When a large group of cavalry charged, their companions would help to cover the back. Reducing the weight was good for increasing the endurance of the cavalry. The old knight put down the armor and shook his head. "My lord knight has an extraordinary body. Do you have a full-body armor that weighs more than 40 pounds? 40 pounds. Old Londo looked at Danny suspiciously. "Miss, you have a thin waist and narrow shoulders. Your body looks a bit thin. Can you walk in it? Do you have it? Let's try it and we'll know." Danny said. Yes, we do. But the armor is neither bleached nor inlaid with colored glaze. The old blacksmith patted the white knight's chest and said with a look of disgust. It's almost the same as this old man's. It's black. Except for the unique helmet, the other parts are too mediocre. Scrap metal. Danny's mouth twitched. She said directly, let me see. I'm a real knight. I only care about the defense. I don't care about the style. After a while, two apprentices carried a wooden box over. When they opened it, Danny frowned. She picked up the iron helmet and asked the old man, is this the unique helmet you mentioned? The blacksmith said seriously, look at it. Ferocious fangs, scarlet crystal goggles, and a twisted expression. Such a realistic wild boar helmet. I'm sure children on the street will cry when they see it. Baristan lowered his head and looked at the breastplate. To his surprise, he found that it was heavy and had a cold gleam on its surface. It should be a high-grade product made with the best iron and the best quenching techniques. He could not help but ask in surprise, who ordered this? The quality is good. The price must be high. But I don't remember any wild boar nobles near the old town. Hey, old man, you have a good eye. The blacksmith looked at him in confusion but found that he had no recollection of it. This armor is called King's Howl. You know how King Robert died, right? After drinking Cersei's spiked wine, he was dizzy and his little Gigi was crushed by a wild boar. You're brave. How dare you make this armor to mock the king? Danny said in a strange tone. It's not that I'm brave. The person who asked me to make it was brave. He's just a kid from a big noble family. But before I could inlay the glaze, his father came to me. He didn't even pay the deposit. The old blacksmith sighed. With Baristan's help, Danny tried it on and found that it fit. She said, this King's Howl is good. How much is it? 2 gold royals. It's cheap. 2 gold royals were not expensive. Danny paid the money happily. After that, the two went to another blacksmith's shop to sell a sturdy helmet. Danny wanted to keep a low profile. She wanted to be a mysterious knight. She did not want to scare children. Before lunch, the two returned to the quill. Danny was surprised to see 2 familiar faces. Chapter 234. Under the sunlight, 4 or 5 gray-robed apprentices from the City of Knowledge were frolicking on the wide grass field in front of the hotel. A young man with thick arms and deformed legs jumped and spun in a circle. Then, he threw out his arm abruptly, and the green, shriveled apple in his hand flew down the honey wine river at a high speed with a whooshing sound. At the same time, Larissa quickly pulled out an arrow from the ground in front of her and knocked it on her bow. In the blink of an eye, the large golden wooden arrow that was almost a meter long whistled through the air like a shooting star. At the highest point of the apple's trajectory, a crisp sound was heard. The apple split into 2 pieces, but the arrow didn't slow down. It flew another 40 or 50 meters before landing. Bullseye. Good. The apprentices applauded and cheered. Again, Larissa said excitedly. You've been practicing all morning. Aren't you tired? Pater, who was sitting on the grass, said sullenly. I'm going to perform in front of a master in a few days. Archery is already very. Sigh, you don't understand. Larissa shook her head and urged her partner to continue throwing apples. Throw 2 apples this time, she said. Danny rubbed her nose. Girl, you're using too much force in the wrong direction. Of course, archery is useful, but it's obvious that we're not meeting in a big place. There's no space for you to practice your archery skills. Well, this good-looking black guy was the rookie fire mage I met last night through Shake Shake. Sigh, it's too boring here. I want to go to the dock and listen to the sailors tell stories about dragons. Some people say that they've seen dragons. I want to see a dragon too, even if it's just a glimpse, a fat, short, and stupid-looking young man shouted. Rooney, you were born too late. You can't see a dragon, the assistant next to him said. He looked like he was 24 or 25 years old. His nose was long and sharp like a carrot. The leather rope around his neck was strung with 4 links. They were a chain made of white iron, tin, lead, and copper. But, is that a turnip on your shoulder? The sharp-nosed young man didn't wait for Rooney to finish and patted him on the head. Have you forgotten the modern history of your country? The last dragon died during the reign of Aegon III. The lame apprentice threw out 2 apples and muttered, Amen, you should really go to the dock. The stories of sailors have been. Morand, how stupid are you to believe seaman's words? The sharp-nosed scholar's assistant interrupted him impatiently. Don't say I haven't been to the wharf, for I know better than you what sort of men those sailors are. In order to attract attention, they even lied about sleeping with mermaids and staying in the stomach of sea monsters for more than 10 years. The lame apprentice argued, Amen, the stories of individual sailors can be dismissed with a smile, but the same story told by 4 oarsmen who speak 4 different languages. Armand shook his head. It's not the same story. The dragon of Asha, the dragon of Quills, the dragon of Myrine, the dragon of Dothraki, the dragon of freeing the slaves, the versions of the stories are different. Lame Morand stopped throwing apples and stubbornly said, the stories are different, but they all have one thing in common. There's a dragon and a beautiful young queen. All right, tell me, who's the queen? The assistant scholar sneered. Dany rise. Dany waved her hand to let White Knight take the armor back first. She walked over herself and greeted Pater, who looked over. Then she smiled at the sharp-nosed assistant scholar and said, the old town school city is nothing more than this. Aemon was furious, but when he met Dany's smiling purple eyes, he couldn't bring himself to curse. He could only mutter, My lady, the city of knowledge is the most prosperous academic center in the world. There's a wealth of knowledge and wisdom here. You can't insult it. A frog in a well. Dany said lightly. Everyone in the world, including the King's Landing officials, knows about the dragon and the Dragon Queen, but the City of Knowledge has always treated it as a rumor. Dragons have been extinct for a long time, Aemon emphasized with a red face. Do you know about the Allied Army? Dany asked. Allied Army? What army? Aemon was confused. That's not right. King's Landing is considering joining the Allied Army, but you don't even know what the Allied Army is? Dany was speechless. Was the City of Knowledge so uninformed? Seeing that she didn't look like she was lying, a few nearby apprentices came over. Even Larissa stopped shooting. Do you know that the Mad King's daughter is not dead? Dany asked. Dany Rhys Targaryen. I heard that she married the Horse King, Aemon said. Dragons are indeed extinct, but Dany Rhys hatched 3 dragon eggs 2 years ago and got 3 dragons. The assistant scholar shook his head. Impossible. Since the extinction of dragons, the Targaryens have tried many times to hatch dragons, but they all ended miserably. That's why I said the City of Knowledge has an undeserved reputation. Dany sighed. Why do you say that, Miss Layla? Pater asked curiously. Because no one in the City of Knowledge noticed the change in the mana tide. In fact, many mages in the world knew about the birth of dragons before they appeared. Everyone else was confused. Only Larissa's heart skipped a beat. What is the mana tide? Do you know about magic? Magic is just a trick, the sharp-nosed assistant scholar said immediately. Dany looked at him strangely and asked, What did the City of Knowledge teach you? Valeglia only existed 400 years ago. Even if you don't know about Valeglia, you should know about Valeglia's way, right? Can that thing be created without magic? Well. The assistant scholar was speechless. Dany continued the previous topic. Dragons determine the upper limit of the world's strength. For example, in a room with a 3-meter high ceiling, you can only jump 3 meters high. When a dragon appears, the ceiling of the world rises to 10 meters, or even 100 meters. Those who have been jumping high immediately know that dragons exist in the world. Do you understand now? Occult professionals are people who jump high. Larissa understood. But the City of Knowledge also has professors who have mastered occultism. I saw the Veleglia's steel chain on their necklaces, the lame apprentice said, puzzled. Danny shrugged. So, I think the scholars of the City of Knowledge don't live up to their name. This is a common thing in the continent of Ursos. Everyone with a little bit of status knows about it. Miss, we don't understand what you're talking about. Please be kind and tell us about the story of the dragon and the dragon queen. The silly Rooney shouted. Okay, Danny Lilith hatched 3 dragons near the Dothraki Sea. After that, she was invited to Queers, burned the Wizard's Hall of Immortality, and ferried to Astapor in Slaver's Bay. She conquered the city and freed the slaves. Half a year later, she conquered Yuan-Kai and Mirin and restored all the slaves to freedom. She became the Queen of Slaver's Bay. But the world's maritime trade is mostly supported by the slave trade. The Dragon Queen's actions made Queers, Volantis, Reese, Tarosai, Jade Sea, and the slavers unite to form the largest army in 1,000 years. I heard that even the Westeros received the invitation, and the King's Landing did not refuse. She concluded. Look, how big of an event is this? 80% of the world's people know about it, but the City of Knowledge is not even sure if there are dragons. Even the stubborn Oman had to believe it. This was too big a matter, and lies could be easily exposed. I have to tell the professors, he said nervously. Don't go. Larissa pulled his sleeve and said solemnly, pretend you don't know anything, just like those scholars and professors. You. The sharp-nosed Oman was puzzled at first, then shocked. He said in disbelief, the scholars swore not to participate in the power. As soon as he finished, he sighed dejectedly, as if all the bones in his body had been sucked out. He sat on the grass, hugging his shoulders, and looked confused. If even the sailors knew about it, the scholars and professors must have known about it, but they, looking at the group of fearful, contemplative, and confused apprentices, Danny fell into deep thought. What was going on in the City of Knowledge? Even if they went against their oath and chose to take sides in the power struggle, Danny could understand. After all, the City of Knowledge was in the old town. But deliberately hiding or even erasing the existence of the Dragon Queen, this was a little too impulsive. It was hard to understand. It seemed that the situation in the Westeros was far more complicated than she had imagined. What a small country made up of 3 failed races. The struggle for power was so intense and complicated that it was even more intense than the 9 city-states of Ursos and the cities of Queers and Jade Sea combined. He, you want my daughter? Sure, the price is clearly marked, 1 gold royal. A woman's laughter came from the window on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Then the man cursed loudly that the price was too expensive. The woman retorted that her daughter Rosie was the most beautiful and pure hostess in the hotel. Not a single gold royal, not a single copper coin less. Then there was the sound of heavy breathing. In broad daylight, the adulterous couple actually, no, Rosie Danny could not help but look at the stupid apprentice, Pater. His girlfriend with cute dimples, wasn't she called Rosie? Sensing Danny's gaze, Pater's face turned red, then white. He muttered, that's Rosie's mother, Emma. Although she's the oldest among the hostesses, her body is enchanting, a lot. Danny did not want to know about a middle-aged woman's business, so she interrupted him and asked, what's the deal with 1 gold royal? This. Pater's face was conflicted, and he did not know what to say. The short fatty beside him, Rooney, did not have so many scruples. He shouted, ever since Rosie's first period came, Emma has been promoting her daughter to everyone. It's worth 1 gold royal's first night. Pater is saving money. Was this the ugliness of human nature, the distortion of morality? Or was it helplessness under the cruel fate? The window on the 3rd floor was not closed, and the sound became louder and more rhythmic. The apprentices were a little restless, and Danny could not stay any longer. She waved at Pater and walked towards the hotel lobby. You're saving money. But even if you have 1 gold royal, what can you do? I think you really like her. Danny asked. I want to elope with Rosie, but I'm scared. Right now, I just want to save up enough gold royals so that Emma won't sell Rosie. For some reason, Pater told the secret in his heart to a female knight whom he had just met twice. Even his friends didn't know about his plan. Maybe it was because her eyes were full of sincere sympathy. Chapter 235. Danny pulled Pate to an empty table in the corner and asked, You don't want to be a scholar anymore? Of course I want to. A scholar can ride a big horse given by the Lord and proudly walk in front of the people in the marketplace. This is the best thing I've ever experienced in my dreams. But I'm too stupid, and I haven't been able to make a chain link in 5 years. Pate said sadly. He was very realistic and knew his own limits. The class rigidity in this world was too serious, and there was almost no way for the people at the bottom to rise. A scholar was equivalent to a super low-level version of the imperial examination. A scholar could indeed be a level higher than ordinary people, but they were only one of the Lord's aides, and their treatment was hundreds of streets worse than that of a genshire. But to become a scholar of a noble family was far more difficult than becoming a genshire. Not to mention which was more profound in academics, the genshire round was held every 3 years, and a group of people could always be selected each time. There were only 200 or 300 Westeros lords who were qualified to raise scholars, real counts and above, and scholars would work for a lifetime. What was even harsher was that scholars didn't pay attention to 30-years-old Ming Jing, 50-years-old genshire. Under normal circumstances, the Lord would choose a young and promising scholar to be a substitute before their old scholar died. Like Pate, even if he worked hard and finally became a true scholar at the age of 40, there was a 90% chance that no one would want him, and he would have to waste the rest of his life in the City of Knowledge, just like the countless grey-robed scholars in the City of Knowledge who had no employers. Not to mention the competition for scholars who were born as second sons of nobles, it was too fierce. Danny asked again, How much money do you have now? 9 silver deer, 40 copper star coins, 200 copper coins. It was a bit miserable. 1 gold royal was equal to 210 silver deer, 1 silver deer was equal to 7 bronze stars, and 1 bronze star was equal to 16 copper coins. Well, the currency of Westeros was very complicated. Just the copper coins were divided into copper star, copper wheat, half copper wheat, copper cent, and copper coins. There were 5 types in total, from high to low, and they were exchanged in binary. For example, 1 copper star equals 2 copper wheat. Do you think this was for easy change? No, very few people could change between currencies of different metals. The exchange ratio between different currencies was too complicated. Not to mention those illiterate farmers and mercenaries, even many peddlers couldn't do it. Without an abacus or a calculator, they often found the wrong money. Danny's personal experience was that she bought the same thing with a silver deer twice, but the amount of copper coins the shop owner brought back was not the same. Previously, Danny did not understand why the people of this world made the currency so complicated. After becoming the queen and receiving tens of millions of gold royals from Slave Bay, Danny gradually understood. In short, the distribution of wealth in society was extremely uneven. For example, the Westeros had a history of more than 10,000 years. Casterly Rock City had been mining gold for thousands of years. Based on Lannister's shrewdness, he would definitely get more in than out, thus accumulating an uncountable amount of gold. Everything else aside, Tywin had lent Robert at least 3 million gold royals, which was solid cash. The entire western region had a population of less than 1 million, so on average, a beggar in the port of Lannister would have at least 3 gold royals. But we all know how ridiculous the average GDP is. More than half of the people are actually dragging the country down. The gap between the rich and poor in Westeros was so big that it was almost, alas, it was difficult to compare, but look at the miserable young man Pater. His status was actually higher than 90% of the people in the country, but under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Pater to save enough gold royals for himself in his lifetime. Even if he was lucky, his lower body would be smooth sailing, and there would be no disease or disaster. But according to his speed of saving money, by the time he had enough gold royals, Rosie would have already become his mother. It could be said that the highest grade of currency, gold royals, was almost meaningless to him. Gold royals were meaningless to ordinary people, but for the country's economy to develop normally, there must be a balanced currency system. Just like in the real world, there were currency denominations of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. Did you see it? It was almost the same as the 5 types of copper currency in Westeros. It was almost in the form of binary. I'm afraid many people have never used 2 yuan, right? If there were only copper coins, most of the people could still calculate clearly. The amount was small, and the highest grade of copper star could only be exchanged for 16 copper coins. Adding and subtracting numbers within 10 digits, there was nothing wrong with the peddler's brain. But with silver coins, especially the terrifying gold royals, the terrifying astronomical number could almost make people who counted with their fingers collapse. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. If Dany used gold royals to buy 2 copper coins of sausages on the street, how would the peddler give the change? Count the copper coins. When you count the 23,518 copper coins, not to mention whether you can count it or not, the time you wait for the change is enough for Dany to finish 100 sausages, if she can eat it. You can only use mixed currency to give the change, and then it involves a complicated calculation process. Now, how many silver deers do I have? How many copper stars? How many? Damn it, if I can calculate the accurate answer quickly, I would have gone to the City of Learning to make a gold necklace, representing arithmetic. Why would I sell sausages on the street? That peddler would definitely think so. In fact, it was very simple to solve this complicated currency problem. Beat the rich and get rid of Lannister, Tai Jinku, Dragon Queen, and other rich people who crazily hoarded gold coins, so that gold coins could be used as a real currency. When there were more gold coins on the market, the exchange rate with silver coins would naturally decrease. According to the huge amount of gold reserves in this world, and the extremely small population, it was completely possible to create a simple and direct currency system like 1 gold royal equals 10 silver deers equals 100 copper coins. But it was still the same old saying, the gap between the rich and the poor in the world of ice and fire was too terrifying. If the nobles did not buy luxury goods, the economy and food crops in the territory would be enough for them to live a carefree life. In other words, the stingy lord only had income in his life, and no expenses. Even if he only saved 10 gold royals a year, in Westeros, if your family did not have a history of more than 1,000 years, you would be laughed at as a local rich man. The premise was that you had a lot of money. Like Littlefinger, who was poor and had a shallow background, the nobles would never laugh at him because they did not treat him as a companion at all. For example, if someone was splashed with a bottle of mineral water at a speech conference, Big Horse and Little Horse would definitely make fun of him in private. But if someone was pushed into the river, would Big Horse and Little Horse pay attention to him? Obviously not. Even if they laughed at him, it would only happen in the circle of people of the same status. Back to the main topic, a small family with 1,000 years of history could save 10 gold royals a year, and even if the entire noble circle was included, the newly mined gold would not be enough for them. Therefore, the social classes below the nobles and big merchants had almost no gold royals to use. Gold royals were rare, and their value naturally increased. Normally, this was the time for the country to intervene. But the nobles were equal to the country, and the nobles owned all the gold royals. If the gold royals appreciated, the nobles would become rich, and if the nobles became rich, the country would become rich. Such a country would only work hard to promote the appreciation of the gold royals, and make the exchange rate of metal currencies more and more unbalanced. In the end, the common people were oppressed to the baseline of barely being able to eat and wear, only in summer. Even if the nobles were drunk, they would still be rich. With money, they would have power, and with power, they would be able to maintain their rule for 10,000 years. How unfettered! This was why Tywin could easily spend 1,000,000 gold royals to buy a sword, and why Pate could not keep his girlfriend's chastity after working hard all his life. Dany pondered and asked, if you eloped with Rosie, would you have the ability to support your own small family in the future? Pate said, I studied astronomy for the first 2 years of my life. I did not pass the doctor's examination, but I also know some basic stargazing and calculating the changes of the seasons. Maybe I can help the nobles manage the village. Dany nodded. In this world where the 4 seasons were unknown, with Pate's ability to distinguish the time of sowing, he was more than qualified to be the village chief. Pate continued, after failing, I realized that I was a little stupid, and it was a little difficult to become a bachelor, so I chose a more applicable subject. Well, I put more effort into Dr. Ambrose's lectures. 3 years later, I still did not get the silver chain. Silver represents medicine, but I know how to set bones, and how to use leeches to reduce fever. It's also not bad to be a wandering country doctor. Not bad, not bad. Dany nodded and praised. Although leeching blood was a bit of a joke, in this technologically backward world, leech therapy was one of the most mainstream branches of medicine. No matter what illness you had, you could let the leeches suck 2 mouthfuls, and maybe you would be fine. Anyway, there were no major side effects. Because of this, the leech industry, in this world was very prosperous. Instead of working hard in the fields for a day, it was better to go to the river and catch a few fat leeches to make money. Well, the scholars bought an unlimited amount of leeches. Getting Dany's praise, the poor student Pate was also very excited. He continued, after failing the medical examination, I also took a hairdresser's course. Soon, I will be able to help people cut hair and shave. I can also support Rosie as a hairdresser in the city. Very good, very good. Dany appreciated this kid more and more. Although his studies were a bit bad, he was not stupid. He had mastered several skills to support his family. He could be a hairdresser in the city, he could wander around as a barefoot doctor, and he could also go back to his hometown to be a small village chief. It seemed that the city of knowledge was not completely useless. Dany thought for a moment, stared at his brown eyes, and said seriously, a gold royal and a copper coin are no different to me, but I will never pay for a whoremonger. If one morning, I hear that you eloped with Rosie, I will immediately help you pay for the colored gold that will satisfy Emma. Then, you and your little girlfriend will be completely free. How about it? Thank you, Miss Layla. I will seriously consider it. Pate said seriously. It was very easy to give him a gold royal now, and it was nothing to Dany. But if this guy was just hot for a moment, and after venting, he cooled down and decided to go back to being a promising scholar's apprentice, then, Dany would be disgusted to death. I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. The old knight appeared beside Dany like a ghost and sat in Pate's original position. Young people's passion comes and goes quickly. Before, it was just a fanatical ideal. Go back and think about it quietly for a night, and you may regret it. More importantly, he has many close friends in the city of knowledge, and the bonds of friendship are not so easy to cut off. Maybe. If there is a chance to do someone a small favor that can change their life, why not? Dany shrugged and asked, what do you think of the current situation of the 7 kingdoms? Chapter 236. I'm not sure. I don't understand the current situation. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey died one after another. Even Duke Tywin died in the latrine. Barristan furrowed his brows. I've never seen Westeros in such a chaotic state. Originally, Mace Tyrell led his troops to besiege Storm's End Keep. Just like 15 years ago, even without Stannis guarding it, he still couldn't take it down. Count Randolph Tully is a famous general. He is leading his own army to help King's Landing clean up the rebels in the Royal Domain and River Delta. 70% of River Ben's army was involved. Fortunately, Garland Tyrell brought half of his army back when he took Brightwater. Well, half of the army here wasn't half of River Ben's army outside. It was only half of House Tyrell's army. Simply put, Duke Mays led House Tyrell's army while Randolph Tully led House Tully's army. Perhaps there were other families' troops, like Roose Bolton's after Robb's division. Garland was only May's second son and not the heir of House Tyrell. If he wanted to inherit Brightwater, he could only rely on House Tyrell's army. Randolph had no obligation to help him. It's said that Stannis has left Dragonstone Island and disappeared with his pirate fleet. However, Dragonstone Island and Storm's End Keep are both strategic places where one man can hold back 10,000 men. It's hard to take them down in a short period of time. Blue Pavilion Island's fleet is besieging Dragonstone Island at Blackwater Bay and won't be able to return in a short period of time. River Bend, known as the Home of Knights, is actually somewhat lacking in troops. Lannister should be grateful to House Tyrell for sacrificing so much for King's Landing. However, after Tywin's death and Cersei's regent, she actually started to suppress House Tyrell's forces both openly and secretly. The old knight was puzzled and said, "The latest news is that Virgin Queen Margaery has been accused of adultery. The mastermind behind this is Cersei. It's because of a palace conflict." However, Grand Scholar Pycelle also admitted that he had made moon tea for Queen Margaery many times. The Virgin Queen who loves moon tea. How ironic. In modern society, in order to regulate the hormones in their bodies, even if they did not hold hands, they might take a small amount of contraceptive pills. However, the moon tea did not have any additional effects. Cersei might have slandered Little Rose, but Margaery was not someone to be trifled with. Her husband, Tommen, was only 9 years old. He might not be able to hold on much longer. Since his daughter has been locked up in the Great Cathedral, Duke Mays naturally has no intention of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. He's currently on his way back to the capital. The Wind's End Fortress. The old man sighed. That's why the lords of the Stormlands all ran to the old town to participate in the tournament. They don't want to take on the task of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. After all, Theon Beira has been their lord for 300 years. The King's Landing's court and palace infighting are intense. I don't know how it will end, and Stannis is missing. Sigh, it's so complicated. The old knight sighed. What's the situation in the north? I intend to send Blackie back to deliver a letter to Sir Jorah, Dany said. The north is also very. The White Knight's old face scrunched up. I didn't expect your prophecy to come true. Not only did Fry violate the tradition of the guest's rights, he even sewed the direwolf's head onto Robb Stark's neck. It's almost exactly the same as the prophecy. What's wrong with the Westeros? Do they still have justice, conscience, and honor? As the old knight spoke, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. He was unfamiliar with this untrustworthy and unjust country. I've only left for 2 years. How did it become so rotten? The old man thought bitterly. Where did that Jordan Snow go? Half a year's time is enough for him to return to the Westeros, Dany asked. I'm not sure. Why don't I ask around at the docks in the afternoon? His ship is called Ginkgo, right? No, it's Ginkgo Maiden. After the two of them had lunch, Dany practiced her fire control in front of the fireplace. She would have to pretend to be a boss in a few days, and the shriveled ball of fire was not something she could bring out. The old knight put on his cloak and wandered around the city of learning, the hotel, the streets, the docks, and other places with practiced ease. At night, he brought good news to Dany. No, to Mormont, his family was not completely wiped out. In the blood wedding that took place in River Rapture City, Rob's side lost more than 4,000 elite cavalry, almost draining the blood of the people in the north. However, the Mormont family did not lose many people. The reason was a little awkward. Mormont's Bear Island was too poor, and there were few soldiers and few generals. Unlike the other counts who had a large group of knights and squires following them, Melji only brought her eldest daughter, Daisy, a female knight. She also had very few soldiers under her, 400 to 500 fishermen with harpoons. Melji was Cora's aunt. After Cora chose to be exiled, Old Mormont took over the position of the Count of Bear Island. Daisy is Count Melji's eldest daughter and also the heir of Bear Island. She plays the role of Ide's personal guard exactly the same as Cora did for Ide Stark back then. Stark trusted Stark very much, the old knight emphasized. Stark was also very loyal, and Stark trusted him very much, but what happened in the end? Dany smiled coldly. Old Stark wanted to cut down Mormont, and young Stark directly cut down Stark. All the people he killed were great loyal vassals. On the other hand, Bolton, who repeatedly rebelled against Stark, has always been living well. White Knight disagreed with Dany's mockery and said solemnly, Stark is not wrong. They all did it to prevent their honor from being tarnished. Dany did not refute. It was clear that the old knight, who had always valued honor above all else, was the same type of person as Ide and Robb. He had the same mindset. She asked, so, only 2 people from the Mormont family died? I remember that he had a total of 5 cousins, and there are still 4 left. No, Count Melji is not dead. At that time, Winterfell was attacked by the chameleon Theon. Do you know Theon Greyjoy? Balon's 3rd son, and now his only son. I know. 10 years ago, when Balon rebelled, Robert and Ide joined forces again and beat him until he knelt down and called him father. In that battle, Cora Mormont was knighted for his contributions, and then he met his little enemy, Linus. In that battle, Balon's eldest and 2nd sons died in battle, leaving only the 3rd son, Theon, who was adopted by Ide as his son. In essence, he was a hostage. Ide and Robert had also been adopted, but Theon was completely different from Ide to Jon Arryn and Ide to Jon Arryn. Duke Arryn truly treated his 2 adopted sons as his own, and gave them sincere and complete fatherly love. For them, old Arryn was willing to be Littlefinger's savior, and even raised an army to rebel against the king. Ide was an upright and good man, this was true. He also wanted to learn from his adoptive father and treat Theon as his own son. But reality did not allow this. Neither Theon nor Ide could do this. Ide had the possibility of killing his adopted son at any moment. As long as Balon rebelled again, he would immediately cut off Theon's head. Ide knew this, and similarly, the already 10-year-old Theon also knew this. Ide Stark was used to personally carrying out executions, using the clan sword Ice to cut off the heads of the condemned prisoners. Every time he cut off a head, he would let Theon watch from the side. It wasn't that Ide was abnormal, Theon was also his attendant, and had to follow him, and learn from him at all times. That scene, one could completely imagine how great the shadow in Theon's heart was at that time. This created a deformed father-son relationship between the two. Ide had fatherly love for Theon, true love. And Theon, who had always lacked fatherly love on Taimin Island, also felt his adoptive father's feelings for him. On one hand, he was afraid of him, on the other hand, he loved him. He had always wanted to be like Robb and Jon, to become a true Stark. It was already good enough that Theon did not become abnormal. All his subsequent actions, all his tragedies, all stemmed from this. Taimin occupied Carlin Bay, so before the bloody wedding, Robb arranged for Countess Meiji to go to Neck Marsh to look for Greywater Watch. Greywater Watch? Neck Marsh is a large marsh that stretches for almost 1,000 miles. A group of short ancestors lived there. Their leader was the Lyde family, the vassals of the King of the North. Greywater Watch was built on a floating island in the marsh. It was the fortress of the Lyde family. Since ancient times, no enemy had ever found the island, because it was alive and always moving. The old knight explained. That means, the Mormont family only lost one heir. Yes, Countess Meiji must be in Greywater Watch right now. Taimin still occupies Carlin Bay, and Roose Bolton's army is trapped in Neck Marsh Road, often attacked by the marsh people. Your Majesty, I find that Rob is a bit like you. The old knight suddenly said strangely. No, we are not. Danny did not ask for the reason, only firmly denying it. You said I was like Liga before, and now you think I'm like Rob. Those two men who broke off their engagements ended so miserably, saying I'm like them, isn't that cursing me? The old knight said seriously, I've investigated the battles Rob experienced, the Battle of Babel Forest, the attack on the camp, the Battle of Oxford. His tactical thinking was unconstrained and unconventional, exactly the same as yours. On the battlefield, the experienced Duke Tywin was almost beaten into a pulp by him. And he was very good at using the dire wolf. For example, during the night attack, he first let the direwolf sneak into the livestock camp, causing the warhorses and other livestock to be terrified, and then cause great chaos. He even let the wolf bite the city guard to death during the siege. Later, the old man found a map of all the Westeros, and slowly restored the battle situation for Dany. Dany also gradually realized that the young wolf master was indeed awesome, and in some ways, he was stronger than her, because she had the experience of countless ancestors in Huaxia, and had a dragon that was far more buggy than the dire wolf. But she also saw a fatal flaw in Robb. Robb only cares about fighting Lannister, and doesn't seem to pay much attention to Stannis, Highcourt, Dorne, or even his Aunt Lisa. He has a poor grasp of the overall situation, and lacks a brilliant politician by his side. She touched her chin and commented regretfully. In fact, Dany misunderstood. It was not that Robb did not pay attention, he was just mentally and physically exhausted by the series of events, and gave the task of uniting external forces to his mother Catelyn. There was no doubt that Catelyn was a qualified and great mother, but her political talent was the same as her husband died, which was almost zero. That night, Blackie took off from the mountain where he had stayed for a day. This time, he would not land midway, as Dany wanted to test the dragon's flight limit. The next morning, Dany brought the armor that had been reprocessed and moved out of the city with Barristan. Yes, she signed up for the tournament as a mysterious knight, and would be living in a big tent for the next few days. Chapter 237. It was not necessary to stay in a tent to participate in the tournament. In fact, Dany would go back to the city to sleep at night, but the ground outside the city was spacious, so she could practice her riding skills and martial arts. Although Dany had practiced spear competitions before, it was her first time participating in actual combat. She was prepared to practice with the old knight. There were 2 days before the competition officially began. She did not expect to improve her skills, but at least she could be more familiar with the atmosphere of the spear competition. Starting from the base of the city wall, along the Honey Wine River for half a kilometer to the north, she could see hundreds of gorgeous blue, white, beige, yellow, and red tents. There was a fence around the camp, which belonged to the nobles. The knights wore shining armor, rode tall horses with gold and silver decorations, and held the family flag in their hands. They galloped around the camp shouting. In the area further away, there were scattered tents. There were no fences, no trenches, and no plans. They were scattered messily on the open space by the river. One of the tents made of green canvas belonged to Dany. She was not the only one who practiced riding and spear skills. Her armor was roasted in the bonfire, so it was dull and mottled. It was not eye-catching among a group of mercenaries. During the 2 days she practiced her spear skills, carpenters built a huge wooden grandstand and arena in the wheat-harvested field by the Rose Avenue. The main grandstand on both sides of the slender arena track was at least 15 meters high and had 5 floors. Of course, not all knights were qualified to participate in the competition in the main arena. The number of riders who came to participate in the tournament was small, only about 2,500 contestants. When Danny was surprised by the large number of contestants, the old knight told her that he had participated in at least 20 tournaments in his life, and the scale of this tournament was only below average. Danny was shocked. "You are only 64 years old, and you have participated in more than 20 tournaments. How frequent is that?" "Ha, if we really count, just in the 14 years of King Robert's reign, there have been more than 20 martial arts tournaments. But as a king's guard, I have to protect the king, especially King Eris. He is different from Robert and does not like to watch the tournament. The people of the 7 kingdoms like the tournament so much." Danny was a little surprised. "Other than the tournament, what else can the nobles do?" Baristan said disapprovingly. "Last time, when I became prime minister, he held a prime minister's tournament. 4 months ago, on the naming day of Prince Joffrey's 12th birthday, King Robert had just held a tournament. In King's Landing alone, it was held twice a year. If other lords have extra money and want to celebrate their children's birthdays, they can also hold a tournament. In fact, King's Landing held 3 tournaments that year: Joffrey's naming day, the Prime Minister's inauguration, and Joffrey's own coronation." "How many times have you won the martial arts tournament?" Danny asked again. 5 or 6 times. Other than strength and skill, luck is also very important. On the 3rd day after Danny came to the old town, Dahe flew for 2 nights and 1 day in a gliding mode at 200 km per hour, covering nearly 8,000 km and returning to Astapor. In the form of a dragon spirit, Dahe used its claws to write about 1,000 words on the ground, roughly describing Danny's actions in the past week, ignoring the part about Linny's. It also told Yora a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that the Mormont family did not suffer much in the bloody wedding, but the bad news: "Your father, Commander Jiro, died outside the Great Wall. The Night Watchers violated the guests' rights and killed Ghost Father Caste who served them. Old Mormont was killed by his sworn brother in the process of stopping them. The Night Watchers swore to give up their previous identity and status, and only recognize them as brothers for the rest of their lives. It had to be said that when a kingdom was about to fall, there would definitely be demons. Other than the great demons, that could be seen with the naked eye like the deviant ghosts, the demons of human nature were even more terrifying. Mormont could not help but wail when he heard about his father's tragic death. He cried and confessed, "I'm sorry, Father, I've disgraced the honor of the Mormont family." Danny looked at him crying with Dahe's eyes and felt sad. No matter which world it was a very sad thing for a child to want to take care of his parents but not to wait for him. She even had the urge to let Dahe carry him home to attend the funeral, but on second thought, old Mormont died in Cast Castle. That place was most likely occupied by the deviant ghosts, and Father Yora was most likely a corpse ghost. How could they attend the funeral? Just as she was thinking, Danny noticed something else. The sky was dark in Astapor, and it was noon in the old town. Therefore, she decided to take this opportunity to calculate the distance represented by the time difference every hour, and also estimate the diameter of the planet. But just as she finished calculating, she thought awkwardly, the old town is not the same dimension as Astapor, it might not even be on the equator. This error is a bit big. It would be great if I could perfectly understand the magnetic field coordinates in Dahe's senses, but it's a pity that it's more difficult to understand than magic. Just as this thought came to her mind, Danny's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly an exciting thought came to her: magic, can I teach Dahe black magic? For the first time, she entered Dahe's sea of consciousness in the form of a dragon spirit, dismantled the meditation runes one by one, and taught Dahe step by step so that it could learn. Although Dahe did not understand what she meant, it obediently learned. As a result, it could not even condense the most basic runes in the sea of consciousness. Why are you so stupid? After teaching for more than an hour, Dahe could not even condense the first rune. Danny, who had always been very patient with the 4 dragons, could not help but lose her temper at the excellent student. Dahe sent a thought: I feel wronged, I did what you said, but it just did not succeed. Could it be that IQ is also a threshold for learning magic? Danny pondered. There was no doubt that the dragons in this world were very smart, but their intelligence was relative to other mentally retarded animals. Compared to humans, the Megalosaurus' intelligence was like that of a child. When it was just born, under the guidance of Danny, Dahei's intelligence improved very quickly, far surpassing that of its two brothers. But a year later, no matter how much spiritual power Danny gave it, it encountered a bottleneck, and the speed of its intelligence improvement was extremely slow, almost stagnant. There were many conditions to obtain the inheritance of a great wizard, such as being born in a family with 14 fire peaks, the talent of the dragon spirit, and maybe wisdom was one of them. It was reasonable for a fool to be a knight, and a smart person to be a wizard. Dahei was too stupid to become a magic dragon. No, there is another way. Danny was about to give up the idea of teaching Dahei magic, ended the dragon spirit, and went out of the tent to practice riding, and suddenly thought of something. Her dragon spirit had two states. When a human entered the spirit ocean of the dragon, it transmitted its own instructions and received the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. When the dragon entered the human's spirit ocean, it was alert of the danger around it, and at the same time, it could receive the human's sensory information. If I let Dahei's spiritual power enter my spirit ocean, or even my meditation vortex, what will happen? For some reason, when Danny entered Dahei's spirit ocean, she would not bring her meditation vortex with her. But when Dahei entered her spirit ocean, her meditation vortex was unreservedly shown to Dahei. After hesitating for a moment, Danny let Dahei enter the vortex. In the spiritual space, the meditation rune materialized into a huge 9-colored vortex that penetrated the sky and the earth, and Dahei's spiritual power materialized into a huge black dragon that was 100 meters long. The moment the black dragon approached the edge of the vortex, Danny's mind suddenly shook, and the vortex spun faster and faster, almost turning into a white ball of light, like a ball of yarn wrapped by white light. From the moment the wings touched the vortex, Dahei's body was crushed little by little, turned into wisps of black smoke, and merged into the white ball of light. Hiss, there was no pain in the cry, only confusion and panic, and he struggled to get out of the vortex. But Danny was quick-witted and immediately stopped him. Don't be afraid, Dahei, our souls are merged, the ball of light will never hurt you. Hearing Danny's words, Dahei immediately calmed down, no longer struggling, and even cooperated with her to get closer to the ball of light. In a few moments, Dahei's body completely disappeared, and the white ball of light was also dyed light gray. But Danny suddenly became excited, because she felt Dahei's aura in the gray ball. As the wizard power was gradually consumed, the gray ball of light became bright white again in a few minutes. Slowly, the ball of light's rotation slowed down, and the white light returned to the 9-colored vortex. Pop! Like blowing bubbles, the vortex suddenly expanded and shrank, and another illusory 9-colored ball of light flew out from the big vortex. Another 9-colored vortex. Oh my God, it can be like this. Perfect replication. Danny was stunned. That illusory 9-colored vortex was obviously constructed by Dahei's spiritual power, and its rune structure and operation mode were exactly the same as hers. Without hesitation, she immediately changed into her dragon spirit state, and sent a trace of her spiritual power into Dahei's spirit sea together with the illusory vortex. Buzz buzz buzz. The magma-red soul space was vibrating, and countless blood-colored threads flew in from all directions, entering the 9-colored vortex that was like the eye of a storm. Visible to the naked eye, the illusory 9-colored whirlpool began to solidify, and even began to expand. Finally, it stretched across the soul space that resembled a pool of magma, connecting the heavens and the earth. The dark red space began to become resplendent and colorful. So big. Looking at the 9-colored vortex that was like an upside-down mountain, Danny was shocked. This was Dahei's magical power. Like Danny, who did not receive the inheritance of the great wizard, Dahei had wizard power in its body, but it was all scattered in its blood and spirit sea, and the growth was slow, the utilization rate was low, and the efficiency was low. According to the comparison of Danny's wizard power before and after learning the meditation technique, Dahe's power had increased by at least 5 times with this meditation technique vortex. Moreover, the meditation technique was actively absorbing the mysterious high-energy energy in the universe, and the level of its magical power was also increasing. Dahe was going to become a demon. Squeak! Dahe also noticed its own changes, and roared excitedly at the sky. Squeak! Little Green, who was sleeping on the stone wall, was awakened, and roared back unhappily. Tsk tsk. Dahe stared, and a strange light flashed in its blood-colored vertical pupils. Boom! It stuck out its neck, and 2 bright red fire snakes that were 4 to 5 meters long came out of its nostrils. Squeak! Little Green was so scared that it turned over, and half of its body rolled down the stone steps. Ah! Jorah Mormont woke up from his mournful thoughts, and quickly got up and shouted, "Don't fight, don't fight." Squeak! Little Gold, who was originally hiding in the corner, blinked its golden eyes, and shrank further inside. "Oh, Dahe, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your nose can shoot fire now?" Jorah reacted, and exclaimed. Chapter 238. Under the morning sun, the top of the 5-story wooden platform was imprinted with a layer of warm red light. The flag of the White Tower and the flag of the Golden Rose on a green background stood side by side, fluttering happily in the warm morning breeze. The elegant Sir Baelor Hyder left his seat and came to the railing of the platform. He smiled and gestured with his hands. When the audience and riders below quieted down, he announced loudly, "In the name of my father, the old man of the old town, Leighton Hyder, the Honey Wine River tournament officially begins." Wow! The audience, whether they were standing at the side of the arena or sitting on the wooden platform, all stood up and applauded. Bang 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 bang. In the middle of the 2 wooden stands, the contestants crowded together also hit their shields on horseback. Dany, who was at the side, actually did not hear anything. She only saw the others howling and hitting their shields with their swords. She also took down the oak shield hanging on her saddle, placed it in front of her, and hit it with her iron gloves. "What are they doing?" she asked the old knight beside her. The White Knight did not sign up for the tournament, but as the mysterious knight's attendant, he had to stay by Dany's side at all times. If Dany was alone, it would be difficult for her to even get up and down the horse. After all, the shields and spears used in the spear tournament were not small. Someone had to hand them to the contestants. Also, if an accident happened and they were knocked off their horses, an attendant would have to help remove their armor and rescue them. That is Sir Hyder, known as Laughing Baelor. As the heir of the old town, he is hosting the tournament on behalf of his father. Without a doubt, the name of the eldest son of the Earl's family came from the blessed Baelor. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, this was almost an act of suicide. Not to mention having the same name as the Emperor, even the words in the Emperor's name could not be repeated. But in this other world, giving a child the same name as the Lord became a means to curry favor with the king. Even if one did not want to curry favor with the king, using the name of the great king was also a blessing for one's child. For example, the male lead in Game of Thrones, Jon Snow, was named after Ned Stark's foster father, Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn's son, Theon Arryn, came from Robert Byra. As a matter of fact, let alone Baelor, the old man of Old Town, Count Rayden, had a daughter named Dany. Why didn't his father show up? Dany asked again. In recent years, Lord Laedon and his eldest daughter, Maroya, have been staying in the Towering Tower to study magic. Study magic? How many years has it been? Could it be that because of what happened to his youngest daughter, Linus, he felt too ashamed to meet people and found an excuse to hide at home and not go out? Dany suspected. No, not long after Lady Linus married Mormont, he began to shut himself in and studied the mysterious scrolls from Asha and Valeglia on the top floor of the Towering Tower. The old knight shook his head. So early? The magic wave hadn't even come back then. It was still the end of the magic era. Danny became more suspicious. No one knows a daughter better than a father. He must know his youngest daughter's temperament very well. The economic situation of Bear Island is no secret either. He probably knew that the couple wouldn't have a good ending, so he hid in advance. Although this made sense, the old knight still wanted to refute it. Count Leiden's eldest daughter, crazy woman, Maroya, has never married in her entire life and studied magic in the Towering Tower. What do you mean? Maybe there was a breakthrough in her research and the Count's attention was drawn to it. You said it yourself. Miss Haythar is nicknamed Crazy Woman. Crazy Woman. Danny suddenly paused. She thought of Marvin. In the past 2 days, she had asked around about Marvin. As one of the few professors in the City of Knowledge, it was easy to find out about him. In his early years, Marvin had studied magic and occultism. After obtaining the Valeglia steel chain, he had gone to the distant east to study abroad for 8 years. He had drawn maps, searched for lost books, visited wizards and shadow binders, and even learned the meditation techniques of the moon singers. But when he returned to the old town, the scholars laughed at him. There was even a professor nicknamed Vinegar, who gave him a humiliating nickname, Magician Marvin. In the City of Knowledge, which denied magic and advocated science, being called a magician was an insult. It was like a master of physics who had won the Nobel Prize, but his colleagues called him a metaphysician. Maybe Crazy Woman Maroya was also one of those people who had been slandered and misunderstood. So, the magic materials she had studied for decades might be real? The Towering Tower seems to be a tower too. There's almost no defense on the top floor, she said to the old knight tentatively. The old knight's face twisted as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence. The City of Knowledge that records the history of the 7 kingdoms is right next to us. If we really do it, we'll definitely go down in history in infamy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just as Danny was about to say, I rule the spring and autumn, and we're all saints, the crowd in front of her suddenly burst into cheers that were louder and more passionate than before. What's going on? She stood on the saddle and tried to look ahead. She didn't know when, but there was a curly-haired girl around 12 or 13 years old next to Laughter, Baylor. She was a little far away, so she couldn't see her face clearly. She was wearing a pure white dress embroidered with golden lace, and her long brown hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Baylor was smiling as she placed a golden rose wreath on her head. Lelia, Lelia, Lelia. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then the others followed suit. The scene was like a pot of hot pot soup heated by a 3,000-watt induction cooker. White Knight sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, 7 gods above, the crown of love and beauty. That little girl named Lelia is Baylor's daughter. Yes, Laughter Baylor is about the same age as Prince Liga. His daughter should be about the same age. She's probably going to have her first period and can get married. Maybe Sir Baylor wants to pick a husband for her. After putting the wreath on her daughter, Laughter Baylor waved her arms and said something. Immediately, 4 knights in gorgeous armor stepped out of the crowd and knelt down on one knee below Lelia. She was probably swearing that she would protect her crown and fight for her honor. Baylor also knelt beside her daughter, kissed the back of her hand, and vowed to protect her daughter's crown. Seeing this scene, the crowd below cheered even louder. Although the martial arts tournament was often held, the Queen of Love and Beauty was not always there. Most of the matches were one-on-one turn-based. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would advance to the next round. The winner of the last round would be declared the champion. There was also a competition mode. The organizer of the tournament would let his daughter be the Queen of Love and Beauty. 5 powerful guardian knights would swear to fight for her honor. After the elimination round, the other winners could challenge one of them. If the guardian knights could also advance, they could take their place after winning. The final winner could choose the original woman to be the queen, or they could choose another. For example, in the Prime Minister's tournament held at the beginning of the story, there was no Queen of Love and Beauty. Well, although the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a bouquet of roses after one of his victories, Sansa was not the Queen of Love and Beauty that year. Loras himself was not the Queen of Love and Beauty. Every time he won, he would give a beauty a flower. First, the organizer, King Robert, did not elect a Queen of Love and Beauty at all. He did have a daughter, but Princess Marcella was too young to marry. The main purpose of the tournament was to welcome good friends, not to show off his daughter. Secondly, the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a rose, not a crown. At the time, he had only won one of the matches, and the finals had not even begun. In the end, only the champion had the right to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty. The champion of that year was the Hound. Of course, it could also be said that Sansa was the Queen of Love and Beauty without a crown, because the Hound only expressed his masculine urges to her. Sigh, the Hyder family is really full of talents. Lelia's crown will most likely be kept. Her 5 guardian knights, her father, 2 uncles, and 2 cousins are all powerful true knights. Normal lords would never dare to hold a Queen's Crown tournament. It would be too embarrassing if the 5 guardians were all defeated before the finals, the White Knight said with a complicated expression. After the 5 guardian knights were chosen, Dany and the rest of the contestants in the arena began to disperse. This was the main arena. During the auditions, only famous noble knights had the right to show their might in front of others. Wild knights, hired riders, and mysterious knights like Dany had to go to the desolate arena nearby to fight. With 2,500 contestants, the first round alone would take more than 1,000 battles, and each battle would take at least half an hour. So, along the banks of the Honeywine River, there were 100 arenas. Dany received the arena number 87. After walking north for more than a mile, she saw an arena that was less than 20 meters wide. The arena was paved with soft yellow soil, sprinkled with water, and drawn with lime powder 200-meter-long lines. The lines were 10 meters apart, and in the middle was a wooden fence that was 1.5 meters tall. The riders would charge at each other through the fence. Beyond the lines were the audience seats. The arena was 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. There was not even a guardrail, let alone a wooden seat. Were the organizers not afraid that the warhorses would charge out of the arena and kill the audience? Sigh, they were not afraid, because other than the contestants, their knight attendants, friends, and family, there was no audience at all. Dany and Barristan found themselves in such a desolate patch of yellow mud. Looking around, they could see through 30 or 40 arenas that were lined up next to each other. The land on the riverbank was so flat that there was not even a high hill. They could see the bottom at a glance. The first round of the competition has begun. The MC, whose leather armor was printed with a huge white tower pattern, stood in the middle of the arena and shouted, "Shit shell, Jimmy, shit shell, Jimmy, are you here?" "I'm here, I'm here." A sallow-faced man wearing a gray, worn-out iron armor hurriedly pressed the rusty iron helmet on his head, crying out, "Ouch, ouch." Half of his head was stuffed in, and the parts below his nose were stuck outside. The middle-aged rider cried, "No, my nose is stuck. Brew, come and help me." "Bleeding?" The bearded man next to him exclaimed, "The nut is rusty and falling off, the helmet is crooked, and the nose is cut by it. Profiteer, profiteer, damn profiteer, I spent 80 copper coins." Shitshell Jimmy bared his yellow front teeth and, with blood dripping from his upper lip, cursed the Blacksmith Street vendor who had sold him the helmet. "Hey, Shitshell Jimmy, can you still do it?" The MC couldn't wait any longer and shouted. "Get me a pair of pliers," the bearded man called out. The MC shook his head. "We're not responsible for that. Jimmy, you can leave." "Sigh, what bad luck. I wanted to show off my skills and maybe become the champion and put a garland on Miss Lilia's head." Jimmy mumbled and waved his hand as his companion led the horse away. Looking at the list on the parchment, the MC continued shouting, "Mystery Knight, Batman? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.